Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, October the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, guys. Green and Roger, thank you, guys. You guys can hear me and see my screen. So, a couple of devastating ones after hours yesterday. Snap, of course. Most people know about Snap. Released earnings after hours, just absolutely got crushed. Almost an all-time low. I think back in 2020 or something, maybe there's an all-time low back then, but we're almost at an all-time low for Snap. And then the other one, my goodness, IMUX, came out with, I guess, negative data about their drug and absolute. I mean, look at this, 74%. Ija, if you're in the room, I know you. I feel for it. I hope you didn't get. Well, I know you held it, and I know you were a big proponent of it. I'm talking about in our YouTube room. I don't know. You couldn't have got out of it because I mean, this happened so quickly. This downturn happened so quickly. So anyway, those are the two devastating ones this morning: IMUX and Snap. A lot of the other social media are moving down with Snap. There's Pinterest, PINS, Twitter. Um, supposed to Isn't it supposed to close next Friday? And I think I read somewhere where Elon said he's going to get rid of 75% of the staff at Twitter. So morale must be really high right now if you're working at Twitter. What else is that? Yeah, here's another horrible one, guys. I mean, again, if you're thinking, this is why you can never, ever, ever, nothing is guaranteed, okay? So this looked like this was a done deal. ACI, Kroger was going to buy it, okay? You know, that had been a rumor for it seemed like several months. Anyway, so ACI, I look at a daily chart. I think it was here where they said that, yeah, it was looked like it was going to be finalized. Anyway, I don't know if the unions have stepped in. Kroger, Albertsons, Tops union lobbying, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, this is just getting. I mean, look at this, down 24%. So if you were holding this, because I think the buyout price was supposed to be higher than this, if you were holding this is why it is. You just until it's done, it's not done. And I can speak for experience. I got nailed in something like not high profile like this, but many years ago on a buyout. One day I'll tell you the story, and it was a done deal, and then it wasn't. Okay, THC earnings play. Another one just getting crushed here. 20 down 21%. THC healthcare. Another one getting hit, SVB. I think this is a little more expensive than I normally look at. Oops, I got the wrong symbol, I guess. I should be, sorry, I posted it wrong. Should be SIVB. That should be SIVB. Yeah, so SIVB, I mean, another one getting thumped. I mean, down 19%. That's a very low float. 58 million for a 243 dollar stock. That is a very low float. But yeah, on earnings, SIVB. Another one gapping down. The volume is pretty low, but it is gapping down in a big way, I think. Also, RHI. I haven't seen this one for a while. I was amused at the name Robert Half. Where's the other half? Robert Half International. Not very much volume, but it is an earnings play. And I mean, look at this gap down. But again, the volume is not a lot. And El Pollo Loco, LOCO. I don't know if this is because of a dividend. It'd be a dividend, $1.50. That makes sense. Yeah, that might be a dividend deal. So because that's what it's down, basically $1.50. So we're in for well, actually the market's putting a little bounce here. So probably right now we're looking at a flat open. Okay, well, this one's coming in here. QBTS. What's the volume like? Not a lot of volume, but yeah, again, one of these ones that just pops way up, $8, and it's come right back down. QBTS, let's see if there's any news. Are trading after the company announced it launched it. Yeah, great. AWS market space. So these companies now, they're coming out saying, we're in Amazon Workspace or Marketplace, sorry. There was another one yesterday. It starts with the letter F. I can't remember what it was. It was under a dollar. So this is the new headline, come out and say we're in Costco, we're in Walmart, AWS, get the pop. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, QBTS, not shortable for me. Yeah, Verizon, I forgot it's on my list. Verizon, wow, another just getting clobbered here on earnings. VZ getting clobbered on earnings here. Maybe some support around 35, maybe. That's the low right there on that daily candle, 35. So you're starting to see more and more earnings plays, guys. Next week, I think this week we had about 200 companies releasing. Next week we've got about 600, and it'll accelerate from there for the probably, I would say for the next, not including this week, of course, but probably for the next 3 weeks, we will see a ton of earnings come out. And I'm not talking about, the ones like the Apples and the Microsofts and the Googles. I don't care about them. Talking about those second, third, fourth tier companies that release earnings. They have the kind of their day. They sort of lie dormant for about 3 months, release earnings, and then for 2 or 3 days, they go crazy, either on the upside or the downside. Okay, look at this market. I don't have any news hit in the market, but boy, this market has just taken a little pop here. Yeah, Moderna, I see the drug, they're talking about raising their prices of the vaccine, what, 3 or 4 times from 30 to 120. I think that's what I read. So that affects Novavax, Moderna, Johnson and Johnson. Still keeping an eye on the AMPX, guys. It didn't take it out yesterday. Like I was not hoping, but wondering if it would take out this 10 level yesterday. Late, it didn't. It almost did. It got up to 990, and then it fell back down. Very, it's a choppy trader, but again, I've got my alert set if it takes out 10. And I think actually the big one was the high of yesterday would have been 1017. See if it happens later on. It's had some news, a couple of days of news. Did read something about this? The Kushner companies maybe looking to buy them. VRE. Yeah, lots of shorts available for IMAX. I mean, hard to commit right now, of course, with the gap down, but yeah, lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers anyway. There are 272,000 shares available. Just hope our friend Ija is okay because I know he was. I don't know how much. We don't talk about how much we hold, but even Even yesterday, I read something where he said, just forget about it, just forget about it. This is long term. Okay, let's take a look to see what the upgrades and downgrades are from the analyst. Some of them anyway. Going to check my email. And this is from briefing.com. And we have a few upgrades, a few more downgrades. So let's get some of them in here. With THC, I'm hearing making new lows. THC, hearing as in voice to text right there on my gap down, making another new lows in the pre-market. Couple of downgrades for QLYS. Sorry, upgrades. I'm sorry, upgrades for QLYS. Let's take a look at that one, see if there's any action in it. So there are some of the upgrades. Let me take a look at QLYS, see if there's any action on it. None, not an earnings play. Okay, well, no real action there. By the way, guys, I made a mistake in the upgrades. It says snap. It should have said sap. Okay, I'm just looking here, and that should say sap, not snap. Because now, let's take a look at the downgrades. Of course, snap downgraded by many analysts. We're downgrading them ahead of earnings. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And let me paste them into, again, I apologize. That is not an upgrade for Snap. It's an upgrade for SAP. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, let's take a look at anything else popping in here. So QBTS, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. What's the float like? 49 million in the float. Quantum computing, etc. Okay. Anyway, I mean, so they made an announcement. They're going to be on AWS and AWS Marketplace. Keep an eye on the finger, FNGR. Let's see if it any sort of continuation today. So it is down a little bit, only 12 cents from the high of yesterday. Not the high of yesterday, but the close of yesterday. The high yesterday, it's actually pretty close to the high of yesterday. 769 was the high, so we're not that far away. Excuse me. It's had a great comeback over the last 3 days after being trashed for 2 straight days. And the next high is 950, so a couple of dollars away to the next high for FNGR. So if it wants to continue its run, that's an area to be watching. I don't think I mentioned Peggy. Yeah, PEGY. It's on my list here. PEGY. Another one that had a sensational week and a half, but hit for about 4 days. Nice rally yesterday, and maybe continuation today. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Okay, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sector, see what's happening after we've had that little bump. So from the toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar and click on Show More so I can see the entire list of channels, and then click on Sector Status. And let's see what we see here. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I always like to start off with the energy sector. Usually it's all or nothing. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 94%, that means that 94% of them are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So when you look at the other sectors, there's really not another strong sector right now. Energy is the strong sector. That can turn around, of course, once the market opens, but right now there's really not another strong sector. I mean, financials are at 60%, but look at tech, 38% of them are up from yesterday's close. Communications, of course, probably with Verizon helping, 88% are down from yesterday's close. So right now, as we speak, and I can turn, of course, once the market opens, energy, the energy sector seems to be the strongest sector right now. Yeah, making changes to the races. Click on the gear. So this is just and click on advanced. Here's where you should be able to make the changes. Now, are you talking about changing the filters from the top list? Or are you talking about the changes within the race itself? Like for instance, the race time and things like that? So I need to know, are you talking about making changes to the top list? Or are you talking about making changes to Let me just duplicate. No, 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 no. So you're talking about the window specific filters. You're not. I have no explanation for that. I mean, you should be able to go to that gear and make some, these are some quick changes, the price and the volume. But in advanced is where it actually opens up. And then you should be able to make your changes here and save. So I have to admit, I haven't done it this way before. And I really haven't made any changes. If I were to make a change though, oh no, 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 I don't want to do that. Just give me a moment. But if I truly wanted to make a change, I probably would go into the top list, open the top list, and just start a race again. That is another good response from Pepe. Yes, I save as default also. The reason being is that any race that I start, I know even if I do something, unless I want to make a big change, I know I want to have a 4 minute race. I know I want it to be based on change from the open to the delta. I know I want it to start at 9:30. I know I want it to auto rerun, and then as Pepe is saying, save as default. So every time you open a race, every time you start a race from a top list, these would be the settings. But I don't know if that's what you need. But again, if I what I've been doing is I just open the top list window, make my changes here, and then I launch a new race from it, and kill the old race. But I rarely do that because I really haven't made any changes. But that's what I would do. No, it seems like you should be able to click that gear and click on advanced, make the changes here, say okay. It seems like that's should be the case. Doesn't work really. Let me maybe when I have a break a little bit later, I'll try that. Okay, just to see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. The bottom line, as long as you can create a new race, from a top list, adjust your top list, create the race, few more steps. So again, I really haven't made any changes to these settings since I started using them. So CYH probably being well, it's so cheap. CYH being dragged down with by THC, but it's so cheap. This has earnings. Let me see if I can read that. The 26th, so that's next week. So CYH has earnings next week, but THC definitely is getting clobbered on earnings. And look at this gap down. Somebody's watching in our YouTube room. Cyto, CYTO. My guess is going to be under $1. Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there have been some huge moves on these ones under $1, guys. I just don't get involved in them, but BHVN on the move here, guys. BHVN is on the move. Biohaven. See if there's any news. Upsize prices. Upsize $25 million stock offering. So they're raising more money, an additional 3.5 million or 3.75 million shares at the 10.50. So that's way above the price. It is shortable for me. Interesting. So again, the financing is at 10.50. but they've upsized it, so they're going to be able to raise more money. The market's not punishing them. Yeah, IMUX had the news. I mean, that was what after the company reported the pre-planned phase one interim analysis, their surprise was confounded by a high placebo rate. So that is what knocked the stuffing out of IMUX. I mean, that happened. That happened right at 4 o'clock. Right at 4 o'clock. And this was not. We get a time is it now? 9:26. Just for fun. See if I can get a big. How fast was that? All right, so this is how fast this was. This is 1 minute. So this was at 9:21. So you could have, in theory, got out at about 7 and wondering what's happening, but maybe you wouldn't have. And then so these are 1 minute candles. But if you weren't paying attention, because basically the market was closed and you wandered away and you had IMUX at 9, wow. No, I know what happened yesterday, IJ. I know it right at 4 o'clock. Hopefully you didn't get hurt too badly on it. Yeah, Larry, you're right. I mean, it gives you an opportunity to get out of the, for those who would not swing this normally, if you took this during the day and trying to intraday trade it, you would have been out of it. SBTX, I did see SBTX. Is it not here somewhere? Maybe not. But I saw SBTX. 9:29. Where's William? All right, guys. Market's going to open in less than a minute, about 40 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And if I were new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade in the first half hour. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yes, you will miss the ones that keep running from the beginning, but so many times you see stocks that just pop up and down in that first 15 minutes. If you're putting proper stops in, you're just going to get probably whipped out of position. So that is my recommendation. Just sit on your hands, probably for 30 minutes if you're brand new. And here we go. We are now open. All right, Snap appears to be sort of basing a little bit here. All right, I guess I got to look, but Ape is on the move. Ape is on the move. Keep an eye on the Ampex, guys. AMPX. It's flirting again with that 10 level. Again, I'm not saying to take it if it takes out 10, but I can almost guarantee there'll be traders taking note if it takes out 10 and starts to move from there on volume. Volume is just picking up, of course. It's only just, this is the first minute and a half into the market. And we have our first halt of the day. Is it up or down? So here's ASTI, guys. ASTI was very active yesterday. ASTI, this is our first halt of the day. ASTI got up to 745. It closed down here. That's a big drop. I mean, from 745 down to 511, that is a big percentage drop. Could not hold its gains, but it is trying to move again. ASTI. And another one just got halted. Kala, Kala, on the way down. Kala got halted on the way down. I didn't even see this one. All right, guys, Ampex, AMPX. Again, it's because of the float. I'm sorry, yeah, 9.7 million in the float. Remember, it's a low float situation, so trade accordingly. If you're new, I probably wouldn't even touch it, but and again, it is early. All right, Sober is doing its thing again. Now, yesterday, Sober actually didn't, collapse from the highs. When it get up to 365 and it closed at 348, that's not bad. That's not like a huge topping tail. So, but there it goes again. I mean, 391 down to 360. All right, MVST is having another interesting day. Had the big day 2 days ago. Kind of rested yesterday. By the way, let's take a look at the market. But market's basically flat. NAS is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little. Market is basically flat. So MVST, so the high 2 days ago was 241. After that, the next high is 257 or so. I mean, to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance. It's a big float also, 124 million. SEM, bit of a move down here, guys. Let's see if there's any news on this one. SEM, I don't see any specific news. THC, I think, just made another new low. Yeah, I mean, this is, I think I had to go back to 2020 or so before I saw the next lows looking left. Let's see how well it performs at 40. Rubicon, boy, Rubicon just got hammered after its nice few day run. Look at this topping tail, 342, closed down here at 231 and starting to look weak again. Ooh, Beyond Meat, new all-time low, almost. Basically an all-time low for Beyond Meat. BYND, almost an all-time low. I'm sorry, it is an all-time low. I'm sorry, it is an all-time low. Just looking at the position and lifetime range. And Mitch, MTCH, is this an earnings play? No, it is not an earnings play. MTCH is weakening also. Still early, guys. I want to keep it, definitely keep an eye on Beyond Meat. I mean, it's an all-time low. The RHI actually is trying to come back here, guys. RHI is trying to come back. Earnings play got down to 64. Boy, $6 pop up to 70. RHI. AT&T from yesterday, earnings play yesterday, had a nice day yesterday. Continuation, AT&T. Yeah, I didn't say T-Mobile. Yesterday's high was 1716, so it's a little bit above that high. To me, it looks like it's coming into resistance between now and 1745 or so. So it doesn't have the same sort of room as it had yesterday, but it's a continuation of earnings. Now look what happened with Simple. This is an earnings play also, guys. Simple SMPL, the Simply Good Foods. Look what it did, right into the 200-day moving average and stopped in its tracks. 36.25. Let's take a look at to the penny. 36.19. So 36.19. The 200-day is at 36.25, and basically just stopped it. Ooh, SGRY. Look at this gap down for SGRY. And these are early, not a heck of a lot of volume yet, but look at this SGRY. This is not an earnings play either. SGRY. Ooh, just getting crushed here. And see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see it. I don't see any news on this one, SGRY, but it's getting crushed. Ugh, guys, I mean, I'm telling you, look at Sober. Sober got yeah, halted on the way down. And it just resumed. Definitely doing its intraday thing again. You know, if you chase this one, thought, okay, maybe now's the day, 391, right back down to 329. I'm hearing FNGR, guys, FNGR. So FNGR is still alive here, above yesterday's high. And the next high looking left is 944. So this is still super active, 27 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. And look at the volume that is coming in. There was hardly any pre-market volume because this is the opening candle, 324,000 shares. So it only traded about 12,000 in the pre-market. But it's still early. Look at this topping tail. Still early. All right, UPST still has some room on the way down. You look left, and the next low is 2050, 2041 or so. So has a little over $1 to that next low. Look at this. Look at the SPY action, guys. Big bottom tail to start, topping tail, direction unknown. Wow, look at the bounce. This reminds me of AA yesterday. Look at the bounce for RHI from 64 to 72. All right, Mitch, guys. MTCH. RRC, another one that is probably moving down here. RRC. Wow, I mean, if this takes out 26, the next low looking left is 25.37. Is there ideas, guys? I see ASTI resumed. That was a 10-minute halt for ASTI, ASTI. Why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at, print this chart out, guys. I mean, that looked pretty awesome, right? Finger looked like it might try to take out 8. And look what's happened. Big topping tail and a big sell-off. And SOBR on the way down still. Sure, tough to commit to going long, guys. It's just really, really tough. Oh, guys, here's another one. App. This is an all-time low now for app, APP. All-time low for app. And this is not an earnings play. Mark is trying to put in a little bit of a surge, that big bottoming tail. Trying to put in a bit of a surge here. Oh, another giant red candle, BKD. All right, we are 15 minutes into the market. So let's see. So the market is putting, actually, that's a pretty nice, after sloughing off that big bottoming tail on the SPY, that first 15-minute candle. So the Dow's up, Nas is flat, SPY is basically flat. So a lot of these stocks that were hammered at the beginning are trying to put a bit of a comeback, basically tracking the SPY. I'm looking at Beyond, BYND, Mitch, MTCH. You know, they're kind of mirroring what the SPY was doing. QNGY, this was a really active one yesterday. QNGY, the high was 224 yesterday. Let's stick an alert there. Let's put a price alert at 224, see if it takes it out. If it can take it out, then the next high is 246. You know, little areas. I mean, the fantasy area would be up to 4. And it is a low float, 2.6 million in the float. So it is a very low flow situation. Look at the market. Wow. I mean, we're putting a nice surge here. Yeah, I'd like this MVST a lot better if it didn't have all of this looking left around that 250 mark. All of this meaning looking at a daily chart and looking where the next highs are and where some action is right around that 250 mark. Okay, Hawaiian Holdings, HA. Wow, HA on the move here. October 25th has earnings, entered into an air transportation agreement with Amazon unit for an initial term of 8 years. So that is some news for HA. Same thing though. I mean, look left and you know, looks like there's a lot of stuff between here and 16 for HA. Real is talking about Morning Real, JNPR. I think, is this an earnings play? Next week for Juniper. Question is, how do I personally measure my risk to reward, for example, when looking left and seeing a big gap? So all the big gap tells me is that at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance, okay? That's all it tells me. So I mean, if I get into a trade, if I can check all my boxes and I want to take the trade, then yes, I'm looking left because I mean, I'll try to make the math easy. If I get into a trade and I think there's support 10 cents under, okay, so that's my support area. So I will risk 10 cents on the trade initially. Now I'm going to look left. And if I see a big gap, you know, that the next high looking left is like $1 away, just make it easy. Well, of course, then I can take the trade because what I would have to see at a minimum is that the next high would have to be at least 20 cents away. Okay, because I'm not gonna risk 10 if the next high looking left was say a nickel away, I'm not gonna risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So if I'm going to risk 10 cents, again, I'm just trying to make the math simple, then I have to be able to look left and see nothing that in theory could stop it from going at least 20 cents higher. Okay. I mean, a lot of other reasons why it won't keep going, but all I'm trying to do is to take chart resistance out of the equation. So it's not a target. Okay. When I say look left and I see a huge gap, it doesn't mean that's not my target. It just means, okay, it's got room to run. Let's see what it can do. All right, guys. Mitch, after that little pull up, is weakening. Well, here's another one. Look at ARI, guys. So it's the same sort of thing. Now, of course, the other thing you have to be aware of is the 200-day moving average. So for ARI, it is at 1307. So if you're going to take this short as an example, you'd have to be looking at that and saying, okay, I mean, easily that 200-day moving average could stall it. So what is that? That's 85 cents away. So if you took this short as an example, just some money management, you took the short right now and you put your stop. Well, it depends where you're going to put your stop, right? If you're a little bit like me, maybe you're putting your stop above the whole number. So you could say to yourself, again, as this is moving down, if let's just say I took this trade at 1390 and I wanted to put my stop at 14, just make the math easy. In theory, I could take that trade because I would have an expectation that it won't, at least it could get down to 13 before it hit any sort of obstacle on the chart. Again, other reasons, other factors can obviously come in why it wouldn't keep going down. But the risk reward, if you had a 10-cent stop on this, would be fine, as an example. And so you'd have to also, when I'm analyzing, if I'm going to get short something, I'm also analyzing what is the market doing. So right now, I mean, the market is absolutely surging, right? This is not, but you never know if all of a sudden, because I don't see any specific news for this. This is not an earnings play. I don't know if all of a sudden it's going to start following the market a little bit. Okay, I mean, if I want to go short something, I have to be looking at what the market's doing. Of course, stocks can go run exactly counter to the market, but I'd rather, have the market a little bit on my side at least, instead of having these giant green candles trying to short something. Doesn't market doesn't have to be making giant red candles to short, but I'd rather, I mean, right now, if you're, I'm just using ARI as an example. You want to short ARI, well, you're going right against the market right now. So there better be some really, I'm looking for a catalyst for why ARI is down. I don't see any. It's been in a downtrend, of course, for several days, several weeks, like a lot of stocks in the market. As we speak, it doesn't seem to matter what the market's doing for ARI as we speak. All right. So I just testing this, okay? Let's see if I can get an entry underneath 14 because it is not following the market yet. Make sure I look left. There's no other. Yeah. So I mean, looking left, the next low looking left is 1220, but that 200-day moving average is could easily stall it. So practice in the simulator. Take the short, put a stop maybe at maybe the high of that 15-minute candle, and see what happens. And again, one of the reasons, I mean, I love stocks that break down through a whole number or break up over a whole number, of course, on the upside. But I'm just looking at this market, and this is still running counter to the market. But will that last? I mean, this market is just surging right now. I'm just watching. This is something I'd probably short for me if it gets back into the 80s. If it doesn't, yeah. See, now it looks like what's the float like? 142 million. Maybe it gets back at like 1388. Try to get away from that whole number. What a surge, though. This market, what a surge here, guys. This is like was it 2 or 3 days ago where you had a giant green candle I think on a reversal. Yeah, I mean, what did I say? I mean, I thought maybe this would stall it. It might still stall it. I looked at that between 1550 and 16. Look at look at this market. Wow. All right, guys. So again, I'm just kind of watching this area, see if it gets, excuse me, into the 80s, 1380s. It may not do it. Looks like the market is trying to lift it a bit. Boy, there's some big buying coming in on that candle, guys. All right, guys. So look what happened. I mean, this is now starting to follow the market a little. Look at that big bottoming tail down here for the ARI. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep this alert in. Maybe if the market turns around and this takes out 14 later on, I may take the trade. But that's why I wait for the alert. Doesn't happen, I just move on. It's that simple. All right, guys. So 10 o'clock. I'm just going to briefly talk about the promotion we've got on right now for 30% off. This is going to disappear. I'm going to put my homepage link in. This is going to disappear Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, Sunday night. It's what we call an early bird promotion. You click on my homepage link. This is what you'll see. So early drive 30 for 30% off. So again, it's open to anybody, but if you're part of this test drive and If you're now pretty much convinced that you do want to take trade ideas, you do want to take trade ideas, then this is you'll get 30% off. Next week, when the test drive is over, that discount will be 25%. Okay, so this is just for, I guess, early adapters or adopters. And just to give you an idea how much it is, we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium would be 2,000 less the 30%. The standard would be 1,000 less, excuse me, less the 30%. You can always start off with a monthly though. Excuse me. So standard 118, premium is 228, less the 30% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But if you decide within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription with that 30% rate, if you decide that you'd like to up it to an annual, we'll honor the 30%. Okay. And the big difference between standard and premium is the AI. Just looking, there's just one alert today. Actually, got stopped out. So again, that promo will disappear 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, Sunday night. Look at Alcoa, guys. So Alcoa got up to what, 41.71 yesterday. This looks still pretty good. I mean, this is an earnings play yesterday. It got absolutely kicked in the pre-market, and it had an amazing look at this. If you weren't here, so this is pre-market. This tan area right here, beige area, is the pre-market for Alcoa yesterday. Released earnings pre-market. Actually, they released after hours the day before, but this was the reaction in the pre-market. Looked like it was just getting trashed. Got down to $33, and look what it did, all the way back up to 41. So this is, potentially a continuation of earnings for Alcoa. Why it got trashed so much, I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, all I can tell you right now is that these are the AI alerts right now. Okay. So there's an entry, suggested entry for BGRI at 28.74. So this is up a little bit. This was a suggested stop or short for STT, got stopped out as an example. That's the main difference between premium and standard. How you trade these is up to you. You can use it like what I do is I use it like a watch list all day long. But I have a certain price range that I like to trade, but I certainly don't. It's to me, it's no more, no less than a watch list. All right, for you bounce players, IMUX is trying to bounce a little bit here, but be careful. I had the big negative news, got absolutely killed at 4 o'clock yesterday. Okay, so Michael, what you do to see that, and that's the only window I'd look at. Okay, I would not, and for anybody else, I would not overcomplicate it. So to see that window, excuse me, click on new or click from the toolbar, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, the second down. So premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you'll see. Just wait for the alerts to happen. No alerts before 9:35. Okay, so nothing happens in the pre-market, nothing happens after hours. First alert, earliest alert would be 9:35. You can see there was one at 9:45, and you can follow it all day. It got stopped out, but maybe it comes back as a short later on. Maybe, I mean, look, this obviously got affected by the market. I mean, when the market started ramping this, I mean, that just took care of that short. But doesn't mean that later on, if the market starts to drift down, maybe that, you can get into a short later on for SCT as an example. Well, here's the big level now for HA. I mean, if it can take out 16, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. There's that 200-day moving average, 1657. What a surge in this market, guys. Big surge in this market. Aha, over 16 now. Now this is shortable for me, so at some point, you would think, especially the closer it gets to that 200-day moving average. Is anybody watching MVST? I'm sure there's some. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, it's hanging around that the highs of, well, broke the high yesterday briefly. This is my issue with it. Excuse me. Looking left, 250, and then to that 260 level, right here. That's my issue. It's not a low float, so I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it. I don't see if there's any specific news on it. I mean, right now, some of these early, excuse me, early ones that were getting hit, like Beyond Meat, got all the way down to that all-time low. It popped. I think Mitch popped, MTCH, and it's just basically following the market. That's why it's good to try to find stocks that kind of trade independently of what the overall market's doing. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Biotricity or Biotricity. Anyway, Biotricity. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Tricity, Biotricity. A lot of volume coming in. But again, look left. What do you see? I mean, you just sort of start to see all these areas where it could stall. Let's see where finger pulled back down to. Any sort of moving averages. I do have that. Yeah, it's a wave down below the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA. Novavax has some room, guys. I mean, I'm looking left. The next high looks like 1970. So this has some room. Be great if it could just base a little bit here, just over 19, base a little bit. A lot of these drug prices or drug companies drives vaccine makers higher with pricing strategy for the COVID shot. I mean, looks like they're gonna try to up it from $30 to 110 to 130. But it may just keep running. Look at Novavax. I mean, it might just keep running. It's hard to chase something that's so parabolic. All right, so rum has some room. I mean, the next high looking left is 821. Of course, there's been in a lot of news about it yesterday. All right, so Hal took out the 200-day moving average. There it is at 32.58. So it's above it, over the whole number. Again, in chase mode, unfortunately. And the next high looking left, I mean, looks like it's got some room. Halliburton looks like it's got some room. Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left looks like they're around 33.86. So it's got a little bit of room to run. But unfortunately, a lot of stocks are looking just like this, just like the SPY. Yeah, iLag is on the move. I did see that one a little bit earlier. You know, you got to worry about, in my opinion anyway, getting through that whole number of three. If it can do it, then the next high is 326. Where Cheryl from our YouTube room, Schlumberger is going, probably like most energy stocks. It's an earnings play, actually. Yeah, released earnings and the pre-market. Not a lot of action pre-market, but definitely some good action now. Next high looking left looks like it's around, just around that 50 level. All right, now we've got a pretty big topping tail now on the SPY. So let's take a look at, say, something like Beyond Meat, which is doing the same thing. Okay, it's a red bar. So much for the lift on IMUX, guys. It looked like maybe IMUX was in for a bit of a, bottom fishing, but not yet. It's a new low now for IMUX. Well, let's take a look at Snap. Is it nothing? Yeah, nothing about Snap would get me into this yet. Not yet, anyway. Just really kicked on earnings. Okay, guys, so the market may put in a bit of a top momentarily anyway. You have a bottoming tail or topping tail on the SPY. Next candle right now, it's just starting out, of course, minute and a half into it, is red. So some of those high flyers maybe starting to reverse. Okay, so Justin, you say you got in, so you have to have a plan, how are you going to trade this? So you got in, where's the VWAP for SYTO or CYTO? So where's the VWAP? At 55 cents. So you got in at the VWAP. You have to be aware that there's a 200-day on top of it. So I'm not saying that's a good exit, but you got to be aware of that because that 200-day moving average could easily stall it. That's a dime away. So you're sort of a dime into the good, but you're a dime away from potential resistance. See, that would have been a very borderline trade for me based on risk reward. Depends. Well, I shouldn't say that. Depends. It depends where your stop was. All right, guys. Let's take a look at macrogenics, MGNX. What sort of room does this have? Yeah, next high is 460. I mean, I'm pretty. When I see this, I just can't take the trade. I mean, I'm not saying that little one day with a little high of 460 is going to stop it. I'd rather not see it there. I'd rather see a straight shot to 5 before we see the next high. Oh yeah, MEMX just made another new low. Wow. Okay, so for you bottom fishers here, FNGR, excuse me, maybe holding 7. Look at all these bottoming tails, and we got knocked down to about 680. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoming tails in a row on the 15-minute chart. So what does that mean? The sellers had it down to a certain level and the buyers closed it higher every single time. At some point, excuse me, the sellers will one group will give up. Either the sellers will give up or the buyers will give up. For a while. So I mean, right now, if you were trying to short this, I don't know if there's shorts. I don't have shorts available, but if you're trying to knock this down, the buyers have been pretty steadfast in keeping it above 7 so far. And that is the FNGR. PJ, are you a lawyer? Haha, shouldn't say that. I should not say that. So, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, this is really interesting. The longer this holds 7, this FNGR. Now, where's the VWAP? 738. So, I mean, the VWAP, unfortunately, is above it. But anyway, it's an idea. I mean, just look at these low float situations, guys. You cannot wander away. I mean, look at Ashley. Looked awesome for a bit. Got up to 691. Look at it now, 538. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I'll go into my little spiel about trade. Okay, there's Alcoa. I know somebody, JK, you said you were shorting it. Boy, I mean, I wish you well, but if it gets over this high of yesterday, 41.67, then the next high is 43, almost 44. So, I mean, this, I wish you well, but I know you have a stop. All right, guys, so this is the last day you can sign up for the test drive. So if you sign up right now, you'll get the balance of today, next week, and then the following Monday. So you won't get it's the full value. So this is what it looks like when I say the full value. I mean, it started on Monday, okay? So you're not getting 2 weeks from when you start. If the test drive is over on the 31st. So again, that should give you 7 trading days, the balance of today, all next week, and then that Monday. So it will cost $11.11. You want to try us out? We do not have free trials, so this is about as close as you're going to get. Look at the SPY now, guys. Keep an eye on your longs. I bet you, what is HA doing? Yeah. So you can try us out. We only do this 4 times a year. When the test drive is over, it's over. Okay. And what do I mean by that? There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Now, the only thing you can't do, because it says, your premium service, you cannot auto trade. Okay. No auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Look at the SPY candle, guys. So keep an eye, like things like HA, right for a short on that candle. Okay. So if you I think you can afford $11.11, go for it. Okay. I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, again, this is what you're going to see. So again, there is that promo. It's for those. It's open to anybody. Okay. But if you're part of the test drive and you don't have a subscription right now and you're thinking, you know what, I love the program, you can take advantage of the best discount that you're going to get. Next week, it'd be 25%. Okay. When the test drive is over, the discount will be 25%. So this is sort of like an early, if you want an early adopter, you can get 30% off. Okay. First month only or the entire year. Now, if you do take out the test drive, if you've done it, if you've taken it out this week or you're brand new to Trade Ideas and you haven't done this, please do this. So let's get started. You may not have to do everything because, probably you've already done the download and installation. And you might have already done but let's assume you're just getting into Trade Ideas. Please take a look at this. It'll take you about 30 minutes or 10 videos, download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, layout styles, etc. Okay. It's a great way just to get an introduction to, most of the basic features of Trade Ideas. You can make Trade Ideas as hard as you want. And I'll explain what I mean by that. By when we take a look at all the alerts and filters, it doesn't have to be hard. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. It is free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. It is also free. There was not one this week. Steve could not find. Steve, by the way, will be in our YouTube room today. He made a switch with Andy. Normally it's Andy, but Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room at noon Eastern when I take my break. And he is the originator of the trades of the week. Big education section is here. We have a user guide. Do not get hung up about how much there is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Here's what I would do. Make sure you do the getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing. I'm going to go into the stock racing in a little more detail in 5 minutes or so. Okay. Of course, there are other things in our user guide, but just get the basics down before you start looking at the other stuff. And you don't have to learn everything. You know, treat it like, if I threw you a Microsoft Word manual, and if I said you had to learn everything, nobody would do it, right? But most people just need to know how to print, maybe change the font, save a document, things like that, some basic stuff. Same with our program. I mean, there are some you can make it as hard as you want because we have a lot of stuff, or do it like I do. I'm a very I hardly use any of the features of Trade Ideas. I've got a few things I like to do, and that's it. So there's that getting started series again. Daily support. So this is what I was talking about. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. When I do take my break, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and today's Friday. And again, Steve and Andy did a swap. So it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room on Friday, today, between 12 and 1. So when I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Steve if you'd like to. And also in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley is there to answer questions. I shut down the main room at 3:30, and Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So we have a lot of support, and this is typical support. This is nothing that we've set up for the test drive. Okay, this is the way it is all the time. So no webinars this week, no webinars next week, but they'll resume a couple of weeks, so you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. Free resource for you. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. There's about 36 videos, short videos. Okay, and introduction to charts and candlestick support and resistance. So if you're brand new to trading, take advantage of this free resource. And my scans. Here's my scan section. So these are the two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open, the large cap gainers from the open. I do have some other scans that I've created that you can take a look at. This is what I look at in the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, so part of my spiel now, of course, is this room is free. People wonder, well, is this room free? Yes, it is. One of the reasons the room is free that can help the room maintaining its freedom is if you save my link and then you do take out a subscription, the company knows then that the room is of value. The people are in the room taking out subscriptions. Obviously, we use the room to promote the product. Okay, so it helps. It helps to keep the room free. And yes, I do get a little commission from it. I'm not ashamed to say that. Okay. Now, the other reason, so if you save my link, then you take out a subscription later on, great. But also, saving my link allows you to, at any point, look at my scans and also the big education section, okay? Because I do change my scans up from time to time. So saving my link allows you to, access all that information anytime you want. All right. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. And in our YouTube room, Ricardo is saying that for me, the trade ideas getting started lesson 7 and 8 videos were amazing. That gave the most info on how to use. So there you go. You got to spend some time. It is a software program. There is a learning curve. So again, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Now, we do have this feature called Brokerage Plus. Give me a moment as I put the link in. All right, so I put by the way, look at OKTA. What are you doing? OKTA is moving down somewhat. I don't see any news on it. No, it's on an earnings play. Look left, there's a lot of room, I think. Yeah, $50. Wow, so it's got, 10%, not 10%, well, 5% move to that next low. Okay, Randy, have a great weekend. All right, guys, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in. There were two videos, a short video. The short video shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Only two. We won't work with any other brokers. We'd love to work with other brokers, but at this point, it's only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. But listen carefully, if you don't have an E-Trade account, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means that this feature is not available to you. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Unfortunately, it is if you're using our web-based version, this is not available, and the races are not available yet either. Okay? In the web-based version. Now, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Because if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize enough to practice trading first. So to load the Brokerage Plus window, you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Brokerage Plus. This is the window that you see. You may have different columns, but that's okay. It should say Not Connected. Okay, if you look beside the Ask, there's a box. It should say Not Connected. Click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. That Not Connected will change to Account. When it changes to Account, click on it, and then Simulated Trading Default. Now you're in the simulator. And now you can practice trading. Simple enough to do. You click on an alert, LITM. The symbol shows up in the box. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at. If the spread is tight, you can go in at the market, click that buy button, and then send it. And then you'll be in the trade. Okay. So we'll look at taking some trades a little bit later, but I want to talk about the races right now. We're getting a sell-off now. Look at this market, the schizo market. Okay, look at this market, giant red bar, another red bar now. All right, guys, look at Pinterest, okay, being hammered down because of Snap. 2040 is the next low looking left. The market is cratering somewhat. Tons of shorts available, 14.5 million at Interactive Brokers, so lots of shorts available everywhere. Okay, let me explain about the races, okay? And again, all I'm going to say, you can go to the guide to show you what I'm talking about. If you go to our guide, click on my homepage link, and when you go to the guide, education section, user guide, and then races. So there's a couple of videos, three or four videos, I think. Click on TI stock races, and you have some videos, a lot of text. And this is now segmented. You can take a look, the startup, the configuration, all is here in the guide. I'll go over the races, but you should, you're going to forget a lot of the things that I'm saying. So that's why we have the guide, and I think it's very well laid out. So every race you see, every race starts off from a top list window, okay? If I right click on this race, open the top list, this is what this race is based on. Not a matter of really, and this is all it's looking for in this. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and it has at least 200,000 shares traded and it's up at least 2%, it will show up on the race if it's a moving stock. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Okay, if the stock is moving. All right. Before we had races, oops, give me a moment. The top list windows were used, if you wanted to find stocks that were up the most for the day and down the most for the day or up the most from the open, had the highest relative volume, stocks that are near the day's high or above yesterday's high, you could, whatever column you had in a top list window, you could sort on it. Okay. So if I sort on the change from the open percent, I'm seeing that BTCY is up the most from the open today, meeting these filter requirements between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded, and up 2% from the close. Okay. So here is a ranking list of stocks. Now that's good, but how do I use this information to try to trade? And that's where the races come in. Because, I'm looking at BTCY and it's at 29.5%. I mean, I suppose I could try to stare at that number and see if it starts moving. But of course, how crazy would that be? So, and what if HAL down here, it's 4% from the open? What if all of a sudden it started, now it's 5%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%? How would I know that? And that's where the races come in. In this race, and you can set it up however you want. I've set it up for 4-minute races. So what that means is, you see, I'm 2 minutes in to this 4-minute race right now. And so when I see ILAG at 6%, what that means is since the race started, ILAG has moved 6%. Pretty decent move. Okay. The stocks that are moving the most will start to, float to the top of the leaderboard. Doesn't mean that at the end of the race, right now, ILAG is leading, but some stock out of nowhere could supplant it at the top of the leaderboard. So this is a way in which you can see stocks that are really moving. And what happens is it creates an automatic watch list for you. Because you'll notice here, for instance, in the number one position, MVST has won 5 races today. BTCY has won 4 races, etc. So what happens is an automatic watch list is created for you of 10 stocks that you can now watch all day long. So instead of trying to figure out what to trade, creating all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and running around and getting nothing done. If I'm a new trader, you don't have to use this. You don't have to use this one, but I am sharing these two. But when you get used to using trade ideas, for instance, you may say, well, I'd rather have a different price range. I don't like that 1 to 50. Maybe I want 10 to 100. Maybe I want a higher minimum volume. Maybe I want this. Maybe I want that. Add a filters, things like that. So you can kind of customize your top list and then run the race from it, because you'll notice that when you have your top list, then you right click and you launch the race from the top list. So I'm saying you can adjust your top list to the style of trading that you like. Okay. Now, some people ask, well, if the stock wins a race, so I just buy it? No. Okay. I mean, a stock can win a race, but maybe, you have to look, that's why you click on the alert, check to see what it's doing. What number one, I always want to see what the market's doing, but I want to check to see the pattern it's coming from. If a stock is win a race and it's near the high of the day, then I'm going to look left to see how much room does it have on the daily chart, till I see the next high. I also don't want to take something that, has had like five 15-minute candles straight up. I'm not going to chase it. Maybe I wait for a pullback. That's why you've got to practice. Okay. Trade ideas gives you the ideas. It'll filter the universe of stocks to help you see stocks that are interesting. But once you have those interesting stocks, then it requires some chart reading experience. And what I'd be doing is, here's Peggy, Peggy. It only won one race. It's in the number 4 position. It won one race. I'd be looking at this and saying, okay, this is a pretty big pullback. But what if, it got back up over 5, or over this level here, these two little moving averages? What if it got back up to 521? So you can put the price alert right there and say, okay, well, if it takes this out, maybe this will get it going again. After all, it got up to 574 in the pre-market. Maybe that gets it going again. I mean, there's no guarantee, of course, but that's how I'd be using this, because this turns into a great watch list for you, just to focus on 10 stocks for the day as it builds the watch list. Try to make it easier. It gets you to focus. I know, lots of stuff happen in the trading room. People will be throwing out stocks left and right. I get it. Then I do the same thing. I'm always going to show what could be interesting. We have lots of different styles. But, if you're new to trading, the biggest thing is trying to get focused on just, certain stocks all day long. Now, you'll never miss a stock that is moving in this particular one, because, based on the nature of this race, if a stock all of a sudden out of nowhere starts to move and you haven't even seen it, it didn't win a race at all, and you haven't even seen it as you're watching, over the course of the day, a new symbol shows up. Well, click on it. You don't have to wait for it to win a race or even get to the top. Click on it as it's moving. See what's happening. Maybe it's just starting to move, and it might be a good time to get in. Okay, so I have this other race here, and it's similar to this race. The major difference, though, look at Novavax. I mean, I was talking about Novavax, and look what it did. I mean, this is why trading, you've got to be very on top of everything. I mean, this looked awesome for a while, 930, but look, just gave it up. Just completely gave it up. So the question from our YouTube room, what moving averages do I have on my chart? On my daily chart, that green line is the 200-day moving average. Okay, obviously, probably universally looked at. And on my 15-minute chart, these are more. I mean, I'm not glued to these, But I have the 8 EMA, that's the orange line, and the 10 SMA, and that's the blue line. A lot of times they're very similar, so a lot of strategies could be okay. There's Novavax. It came into that 8 EMA. It seems to want to hold it. Maybe you take the trade. Now that it seems like it's holding it, maybe if that is your style of trading, you have to adapt. You have to figure out a trading plan that makes sense to you. I'm not just talking to you, Carlo. It's to anybody. Some people love to play pullbacks. I'm not a huge pullback player, but that doesn't mean, pullbacks can be awesome. I just sort of adopted a style that is more like momentum trading, stocks near the high of the day, breaking out. That's my style. It doesn't mean I'll never play a pullback, but I don't focus on pullbacks. But if somebody in the room, for instance, said, "Yeah, this stock is pulled back to the VWAP or something like that," sure, I'll take a look at it. And if I like what I see, sure, I can take the trade. So what this one is, the large cap gainers from the open, what I did was I added a couple of filters. One was making a minimum of 500 million market cap and also a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see big percentage movers here. But, if you're new to trading, this might be a better way to start. It's not going to give you like the huge gains or anything like that. Yeah, these can give you the big, huge gains. They can also give you the big, huge losses. And that's why you've got to practice trading. So I put myself in the simulator. And so let's take a look at BHVN. It's kind of interesting. I mean, pull back to that moving average, a little bit over the whole number. It hit 1532. So, I mean, that's a wild drop from 1532 all the way down to 13. That's why, I mean, these things are extremely whippy. 31 million in the float. So it's not crazy high, certainly not crazy low, but this is a very volatile stock. So you're going to try to play a volatile stock. Typically, you cannot take as many shares because you're going to have to put your stop, a certain piece away. Because if you put a tight stop on a stock like this, you'll probably get stopped out every time. So let's talk about that just a little bit about money management and what I'm talking about when I talk about a stop and all. I mean, this Ampex it's a tough one. I mean, look at these bottoming tails and everything, but if it ever really takes out 10 again in a big way, I mean, it tried this morning, that was that first candle, looked like it was going to rip. But again, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, so I was not never going to chase this. And then look what it did. I mean, it got as high as 1030 all the way down to 866. Yeah, fun to trade when you're on the right side of it, but and putting a stop on something like this, you're going to have wide stops. Otherwise, you'll get stopped out time and again. So before I talk a little bit about money management, how can you adjust the size of the scans so they all fit? That's a question from our YouTube room. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Just the scans, size of the scans so they all fit. I mean, you can, you can do things like this. I mean, you have the ability to adjust the size of the scans just by grabbing. Let me find one that's not in a doc. So here's my like symbols list, so I can adjust the size of the scan, up and down, if that's what you mean. So it's just a matter of grabbing a corner and like getting into the corner or the side when your mouse pointer changes to that left right icon, then you left click on your mouse and then you can start to grab it if that's what you mean. Okay, let's take a look at BTCY. Okay, again, this is just for demonstration purposes. I'm going to take 500 shares of it. Bid ask, it's only a couple of pennies, so I'm going to go in at the market. I'm going to buy, click the buy button, and then send it. So we should probably take the trade at 124. 124. Okay, so there it is. Now, by the way, our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Okay. So in this trade, now remember what I was saying. When I trade, I have a checklist. I have to be able to check every box before I'm going to take a trade, or maybe I didn't talk about that. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, you have to figure out your own style of trading. A lot of the things that in my checklist are already covered in my scans. I'm never going to see a stock outside of a price range that I like to trade, a certain volume, and things like that. So in this case, let's pretend that BTCY, it met everything on my checklist. So I got in at 124. Now, before I get into a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. That's, of course, look at Peggy, guys. I had an alert set for Peggy right here. So, there's an interesting level just at that 10 SMA. Let's see if it cracks it. So again, when I take a trade, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. And that, of course, is the stop. I'm going to put the stop at 104 in order to make the math simple. You're going to see a red line will appear on the chart. It'll say approximately minus 100. It says minus 102, okay? Because when you get into a trade, I mean, just because you think it should work, no, not necessarily is it going to work. So for me, I have to have a price I'm getting out of the trade. And typically what I do is I'll look at, say, a 15-minute chart and I'll size up where I think there's a support level. And if it breaks down through that support level, I'll get out of the trade. Now, if I'm new to trading, because my idea of support, your idea of support may be completely different. But what I would probably start practicing on with is maybe putting a stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the previous 15-minute candle. Okay. Why? Because that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay. And practice, just see how that would work for you. So having a stop is so important. Okay. You cannot, try not to be stubborn, and say, well, I don't need a stop. It's going to work. Well, guess what? They don't all work. So that's one step. The next step is, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade dollar-wise? Hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, probably shouldn't risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, what I try to demonstrate is risking $100 a trade. And that is going to dictate how many shares I take. Again, for demonstration purposes, that's why I took 500 shares. Why? Because the difference between my entry, 124, my stop, 104, is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade, which is $100, I get 500 shares. Carlo, there's no such thing as a best recommended time frame for day trading. Okay, I mean there are people that swear by a 1 minute, a 2 minute, a 5 minute. I don't mind just using a 15. So there's no such thing as a best. You have to find out. I mean, in the old days, I would only have a 2-minute chart. Okay, and I'm talking years ago. But I've since changed my style, And so I am comfortable using a 15-minute chart. I know some people think that's crazy if you're day trading, but that works for me. So you have to figure out what works for you. I can't. So there's no such thing as the best recommended time frame for day trading. Okay. I know people want 30-second charts. I mean, so but that's why you have to practice. Not just you, Carlo, but people. You have to practice. All right, Ampax guys, what to do here? So here it is. So in this particular case, again, I'm risking $100, and that's why I put my stop at 104 just to make the math simple. The next step is, and this, first of all, if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money trading live. Okay, I can't emphasize that enough. People don't want to hear that. I know they want to start trading immediately. I know it's exciting to start trading, but if you cannot make money in a simulator, now, how long is it going to take? There's no scientific answer for that. It could be 3 months. It could be 6 months. Some people. I mean, there's just no way I can say, well, it'll take 3 months. And again, people don't want to hear that. They want to start trading immediately. I get it. So now, let's say you're able to make money in the simulator and you're ready to take the next step, attaching it to your account, and let's go. You're going to start trading. Now, you put your stop in, and in the simulator, easy to obey your stop. It's just play money, right? Just get out, no problem. Once you're dealing with your money, though, sometimes it's really difficult to obey your stop. You cannot believe a trade isn't working. Everything. You were able to check all your little boxes, and maybe as a bonus, it had some news. Our room is excited about it. For people are talking about it, and it still doesn't work. It starts drifting down to your stop price. And so you say to yourself, "Wow, you know what? It's going to come back because look at all the great stuff. Look at all the great news, etc. It's going to come back." And so that $100 manageable loss turns into two, three, four, five, $600 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And I know, guys, I repeat myself every single day, but this is important. I think, especially we have new traders, new people in the room. I think it's just important to emphasize all this. Almost as worse though is not obeying your stop and have yourself in a losing position of three, four, $500, and then it does come back, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you're really proud of yourself for not obeying your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. All I'm going to say though is from experience, not obeying your stop is a great way, over and over, is a great way to blow up your account. So guys, practice trading. Okay, practice, practice, practice. You have to develop your own style. Do you want to be a momentum trader? Do you want to be a pullback trader? The other thing you can do here is you can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then this becomes a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading in our simulator. Okay. And we have some hotkeys here. You can click that flatten button and that'll get you out of a trade. So if I had a series of trades here, I would just highlight and I could flatten, or I could get it at half my trade, or I could double my position. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. And this is, so we have a lot now. I'm already sharing a lot of scans, of course. But if you click on docked channel bar, if you click on new and then docked channel bar, now, I guess I'll talk about this before talking about building your own scans. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, so this scan right there is called momentum. I'm actually, this is the one that I am sharing on my homepage. And what it's looking for, right click, configure, and that's the sort of similar to any top list window or an alert window. You just right click, configure, and then click on summary. That'll tell you what the scan is looking for. AMPX guys, it's running now. AMPX is running now. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day, 11 o'clock. Minimum 100,000 shares, etc. This is kind of the momentum aspect of it. Trading in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, and the last 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at. Real-time alerts. We're not this is the screening ad. Some programs say they're screeners, and we differentiate ourselves by, yeah, we can screen. This is sort of the screening aspect, like in a top list to show stocks doing this, but this is the scanning aspect, showing a stock making a new high. That is the alert. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And this is what I'm saying now, but please listen carefully. If I click on search, and you see these icons here, these are all of the alert icons that we have. And if I keep scrolling down, there's a lot of them. When it comes to these icons, these are the filter icons we have. And this is why I think people think sometimes our program is too complicated. Because when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their own scans. And so what they did is they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our thousands of customers, with all the different trading styles there are out there, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. I should one day actually figure out the percentage of alerts and filters that I actually use. It's probably 1%. Most of them I've never even looked at because it's not my trading style. So again, don't get hung up on how many we have, but we have to have enough so that people can kind of a la carte pick and choose in order to create the type of scan they're looking for. Look at AMPX, guys. Second time through 10 gold. And that's why I'm saying, though, you want to keep it easy. You want to keep it really simple. I would find a way. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be this race, okay? I mean, I'm sharing these two races. You might want to, again, if you want a different price range or something like that, but what I would do is really give it a hard look at the racing, because what it does is it gets you to focus on one thing and that's it, and creating a watch list for you. And so you don't have to keep running around trying to create all sorts of different alerts and top lists, etc. Just concentrate on one thing, and that's it. And you see how AMPX just showed up? Okay, I mean, it wasn't at the very beginning of the day. It had the big pop. I'm not even sure it showed up here, but look how you won't miss a runner in this particular scan, in this particular race scan. You will not miss a runner. But remember, these things go up and they can come down as quickly as they go up, even more quickly. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So again, don't be afraid to ask questions. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Seriously, okay? No such thing as a dumb question. Don't be afraid to ask questions. So look at this market, guys. Man, we had that beautiful run for about half an hour, 45 minutes maybe, half an hour, and then giving it all up right now. All right, anything. So I see the AI took a short of THC. That's about the best one right now. In all the alerts that were given from the AI, a short of THC right here at 39.26. So now it's at 37.20, 37.87. Okay, so here's another example of using this winner's watch list. You click on them, click on the symbols, okay? So look at iLag. So you could make a case for if iLag could take out three later on. What are the highs? 326. I mean, you could make a case, you know, put a price alert, 301, and see if it takes it out later on. Or if it pulls back to, if you want to play a pullback all the way down to this, 10 SMA, you can do things like that too. So I'll put a price alert there also. Okay. Use it like a watch list. You might find interesting levels that you want to get interested in a stock. I understand these are, again, these are very, very volatile. I all right, guys, give me a moment here. Look at the volume that's coming into Ampex, guys. Biggest volume bar of the day. Still whippy. Yeah, and understand. I mean, I'm not an investment advisor, so you're never going to hear me say, guys, take this trade at this price and get out here. Okay. All I can do is point out opportunities. I can point out interesting levels. If it meets your trading plan, then you have to make up your own mind whether or not you want to take the trade. Yes, Neil, I did. I did, and that's why I'm watching it very closely now to see. I mean, this right now at this point, I mean, that took out that high over here, 1152 briefly, and can it keep going? The next high is what is it? 1175. And then if we can get through that, 1355. So, I mean, this is all news driven. This is just a news driven play. But look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's just surging here. Any IPOs for today? Let me check my IPO calendar. Okay, see if there's anything. We've had a dearth of IPOs. Who wants to launch anything? Now, the most of the IPOs that we've seen are just the real cheap ones. Haven't seen any major IPOs in a long time. Okay, so in theory, what's the date today? 10/21. Yeah. So in theory, we've got these two. Whether they launch or not, I don't know. So there's BMR and INTS, cheap, 3 million shares, 2.2 million shares in the $4 to $5 range. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I haven't been doing it because we just not have had so many IPOs. But this is how I do it. We get the question quite a bit. Give me a moment here, guys. I've got to keep an eye on this Ampex, guys. So, looking for maybe one more surge. Guys, I'm sorry. I just have to keep an eye on this Ampex, AMPX. I'll have to get rid of that. Come on, catch that bid up to the ask. This is what all I'm doing, guys. I'm just watching this bid ask. Okay, I'm just watching the bid ask. Yes, briefly, yes. I mean, the big level. I think I said, what did I say? 1175. Yeah, 1175. That's the next high looking left. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. If it can crack through that 1175, the next high is 1355. It may not do it, but that's why I'm watching it extremely closely. All right, guys, I've decided to cover some here in case it cannot take out that 1175. Not cover, but sell. I mean, cover as in a short. So I'm going to hold on to a piece in case it can take out that 1175 and take a shot at that 13 level. There was my alert down here, guys, at 1016. I didn't get in quite at 10.16. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. I mean, I'm just obviously, I mean, I have to pay a lot of attention to this because a rug pull could happen at any point also. Okay, as I'm paying attention to this, I'll try to quickly talk about these IPOs and what I do. So we get a lot of questions about, do you have an IPO filter? There is a hack that was created that can kind of show you when IPOs start. Well, first of all, Pulse resumes. One of the quirks of it is that IPOs, probably about at least 90 to 95% of the time, will show up as a resume. Okay. Come on, break 1178. Okay, so that is one. However, this is what I like to do because I think it gets you a little more prepared about the IPO. So we have two right here in theory that might open today, BMR and INTS. This is what I do. I'm going to type in BMR. And of course, it hasn't started to trade yet. So I'm going to create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert. I'm going to put it at $1. Should open over $1, of course. But also what I want to do, I want to put the structure, 3,000,000, $5. Okay. That tells me that this could be a wild one because there's very few shares and a very low IPO price is what we've seen in the past. And sometimes what I do is I'll also put who's involved in it. You know, Think Equity has been in a lot of these. Roth, the benchmark, I recognize these names. Okay. So that's what I'll do. I'll just put Think Equity. Okay. And then I save it. When and if this starts trading, if it happens today, my price alerts window, will pop up on the screen. Okay, because I minimize my price alerts window. I don't have to stare at this all day long. I don't have to have it take up any screen space. See it? It's right down there. BMR, 3,000,000, $5. Think Equity. When and if it starts to trade, it'll pop up on my screen and I'll see it right at the top. Okay, and I can even put a sound alert on it, so I will not miss any price alert. But more important than me is I see that $5 level. What if it opens at 10? Okay, then we know there's a lot of enthusiasm. What if it opens at 2? Okay, or 3, or it really struggles to get over 5? Then you kind of know, well, not that exciting today anyway. Okay, I'll do the same thing with the INTS. So just INTS. Ah, yes. Give me a moment. Okay, so sorry, INTS. I'm going to put INTS in here now. It's not trading yet. Create the price alert. Put $1. My little notes tells me that it's 2.2 million. Again, very, very low. And 4 to 5. And it's Roth and benchmark. I know these two. So I'm set up. If it starts to trade today or next week or whenever it does, I'll know about it. Now, here is a big one next week. I don't know if it's going to, I don't care about these so much, but here's one, Mobileye Global. I don't care about them. So many shares, 18 to 20. Doesn't mean it's not going to rip. And look who's behind it. This is obviously a big one. Okay, but I'll also put this one in. I don't know Revere Securities, but okay, guys. So that took me out of the Ampex. Okay, we had a brief flurry trying to get to the 12. So that took me out of it. I will take a look at it later on, believe it or not, if it takes out 12 again. So here's ASPI, ASPI. I'll put that one in also. I'm going to right click, create the price alert, $1. And here are my notes. Another 2 between 5 and 7. And I'll put in Revere. I don't think I've never heard of them before. Probably out of Massachusetts. And I will put this one in. I mean, I'll put it in. I'm not too interested because so many shares typically are not going to have the same sort of moves as these little guys if they move. But I'll put it in. MBLY. Right click, create the price alert. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. Now, 41 million between 18 to 20. And let's get a few of those guys in. So Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup. There's a ton of POA. There are a lot of big people involved. So I'll just leave it like that. Now, listen, if it opens, the IPO price was supposedly between 18 to 20. If it opens at 25, it might get me interested. Doesn't mean I buy it right away. It just means that I know there's some enthusiasm. It's at least above the IPO price. Be interesting to see what happens. Now, if you want this, I can give you or drop the link in for the calendar. Okay, so this is now when if we ever get, I'm sure we will get back into an IPO season again. But what I do when I'm more into it is I take a look at the IPO calendar and I check to see what the ones are upcoming. Sometimes you can have 10 or 12 of them. And so maybe on a Saturday or Sunday, I spend some time doing exactly what I just did, creating the price alert, putting in the structure, who's behind it. And so I'll be prepared if it starts to trade. Okay. Okay, new journey. Can you give me the cloud link? All you have to do for your race window, give me the cloud link on it. Okay. Right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. Save and share. Say okay. And then, you can't do it in the, I'd have to take a look at it. Oh, Iris, I'm not looking to trade it. I'm just, it's just an IPO that's upcoming. I'm not looking to trade that IPO, but if when it starts to trade, I'll know about it. Not that I'm interested in it at all. New Journey, the only way I can see it is you come into the main room. Okay, so if you can come into the main trading room, then you can drop that cloud link in, and maybe I can figure out what's going on. But you have to come into the main room because unfortunately you can't put cloud links into the YouTube. You can't put cloud links into the YouTube room. It won't allow you. But in the main room, you can put the cloud link in. Then I can take a look at it and try to figure out what's going on. Okay. Otherwise, I can't help you. Okay, guys, let's take a look at what's happening now. So again, with the Ampex, I'm still going to be interested if it takes out 12 later on. Gonna put an alert up here, 1190. Why? Because it's a momentum. It's a momentum trade, and other traders are looking at the same thing I see. They do see the next high is 1355. Another way I can do it in your journey is give you this one, and if you load it and you're not getting any data, then there's something going on. So you're saying you've got this one and it's not, I really have to see it. I really have to see it. Oh my gosh, how ugly is this one, AGFY? How ugly, ugly, ugly. Remember, guys, $20 stock 4 days ago, $2. Okay, guys, I see this is an AI alert here, 1582 for the HA, Hawaiian Holdings. So it's over 16 again. I mean, it's got some, well, the next high looking left is what? Is 1632. That's the next high looking left. I mean, it could stall there. Certainly that 200-day moving average at 1657 could easily stall it. So you've got a couple of stall points at 1632 and then that moving average. The other thing, New Journey, is it just the races or are you getting any alert? Do you have anything else that is up and running that you are getting alerts from? I'd like to try to help you, but I have to see your link. Do you have a red bar, or sorry, a red ball in the toolbar? Is it green or is it red? Look at this market now. So yeah, we had the big pullback again and now starting to move higher again. All right, guys. Unfortunately, when I'm in the simulator, my charts, because of the development build I'm on, slow down a little bit. So I'm going to get out of the simulator. All right, guys, in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. All right, guys, give me a moment. I am just checking. All right. So, yeah, this Novavax has been all over the place. I mean, got up to, but again, you might have looked at this and said, okay, it won a race. Did it win a race? Yeah, it won 7 races. You can see why, all throughout here. I mean, this was almost straight up from 1727 to 19, almost about a $2 move straight up before it finally pulled back. So it won a bunch of races. So you'd look at that and go, okay, if I don't want to chase it here, now it's pulled back right to that 10 SMA or the 8 EMA. Maybe now is a time where you might say, hey, I'll take this trade if it meets your trading plan. Practice in the simulator as an example. I mean, a little bit late because that's 1812 is where it got down to that 10 SMA. New journey. The other thing you can do, it appears that I don't know if you can hear me at all, but you might have to go and to our homepage, okay, and start a discussion. There are other technical guys there, way more than I am. Okay, so if you click on the homepage link and wait for the little question and answers balloon to pop up, there we go. Questions and answers, click on that, and then click on ask and say, hey, here's my email address. I'm getting an exception has occurred. I'm not getting data, etc. And maybe they can take a look at your account to figure out what's going on, okay? But I can't help you unless you can give me the link. So, well, I put the link in. Can you not see? If you can see my screen, there you just asked the question right there. Okay, TI Trading Room. That's the link to get into the room. Okay. Yes, you can get sound just like if you're able to put a sound alert on an alert window, it's exactly the same thing with a price alerts window. Okay, so let me just get my price alerts window up. So here's my price alerts window. Let me get rid of a few of these. So yeah, you just right click and click on actions. Right click on actions, and then if you've set up a sound alert on an alert window or your AI window, if you have it, you just do exactly the same thing. Click that play sound, set up the sound. You can have one window, text to speech, if you want. And the reason I say one, the whole idea of sound alerts is to have a different sound alert for the different windows. Otherwise, if you have them all text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at. You don't have to have text to speech if you don't want, but a lot of people like that. So you could have one window text to speech. Otherwise, use this custom sound here. Click on that, and then click on select. And these are 3 folders: Mad Money, Voice Number One, and Web. Left click, and you'll see. So these are some sound alerts that we've created for you. So all you have to do is like cash register. So left click on it, highlight it, and open it, and you can play it. And if you like the sound, Then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to the window that you started the whole exercise from. Okay. So Sam, did that make sense? Great. Okay. Oh, nice. So you played this on the bounce from the $2 level. Nice. I'm talking the IMUX. Whew. Okay, guys, 11:40. So again, in about 20 minutes, I'll take a break for about an hour. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room for the hour, 12 to 1 Eastern time. And he is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about that. He's also a big proponent. One of his trading styles is to wait. He loves playing pullbacks to the 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart. So a lot of times what he'll do is, he will never chase anything, and he'll just wait to see if a stock pulls back to the 10 SMA. You could put a sound alert or a price alert on that 10 SMA level and see if it pulls back. So that is definitely his trading style. Boy, Alcoa, guys. Alcoa is, let's see, 41.11. Well, this is what was the high yesterday, 41.67. You can kind of tell if it can take out yesterday's high. It actually broke yesterday's high briefly, got up to 41.83. So I'm sticking an alert around 42 and see if it can take that out because it's got a little bit more room up to the almost 44 level. So 42 to 44. And again, this was an earnings play yesterday, had a huge comeback after being really kind of thrashed in the pre-market. Okay, looking at a couple of things here. Hopefully I caught that sneeze in time. Oh, guys, Ampex is making another run here. Ampex, you round two. Watch that 12 level. See how it's moved to the top of the leaderboard here? Almost a red bar ignored too. Almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for AMPX. You can see we have the uptrend, those two green candles. Then we've got that red bar. Yes. But the red bar that is almost totally engulfed by that previous green candle. It's when I say almost, it's just because that little topping tail is just above, I think, but it's very close. And that's that is a classic potential continuation pattern. But look how whippy it is. I mean, it is a major league whippy here. What did you get, New Journey? What did you get? He said, you got it with an exclamation mark. All right, guys, I'm just confirming it will be Steve in our YouTube room. Ugh, there's another new build for me. Yeah, I'll do that after hours. Okay, it is Steve. Okay, I just confirmed it will be Steve in about 10 minutes in our YouTube room while I take my break between 12 and 1. So that was a good short from the AI, guys. There's one really nice trade from the AI. That's that short of THC, 39.26 on the short, 37.16 now, and continues to make its way down. Earnings play. Next week, I anticipate we'll probably see a little more action from the AI, with especially earnings plays. Okay, either on the upside or the downside. Again, we have 600 companies releasing earnings next week. So we're really going to start seeing a lot more companies that have some volatility. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the healthcare stocks are reacting to Tenet. Yeah, you're right. HCH, they don't release until the 31st. That's next Monday. Not next Monday, a week Monday. That's when the test drive is over. So again, before I go, I will just put that link in. If you do want to take the test drive, this is the last day you can sign up for it. And if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So it will still cost the $11.11. Okay. It ends. So you get the balance of today, next week, and the 31st. So that's what's that? Maybe 6.5 days. Okay. It still will cost you $11.11. But it's a good opportunity to try us out. You'll have access to the premium service, everything except no auto trading. No auto trading. Okay. And when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to phone us or email us and say, please unsubscribe me from anything. You're okay. When it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. And again, if you are a standard subscriber and you want to try the premium out, have access to the AI, which looks like this. There's that THC. If you want to have access to the AI, you can do so also for the $11.11. But again, we won't keep you there unless you tell us to. You go back to a standard subscription unless you tell us, hey, I love the AI, keep me at premium. Okay? Yeah, see, MVST, as I, somewhat thought it would really struggle to get through that 250 to 260 mark just based on the daily chart. And that's kind of what it's doing, kind of chopping around. It's a big float, so I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move it. 124 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. Okay, guys. So what I'll do now is I will put the YouTube link in so that you guys can head over there. Not yet. Steve is not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in just in case I forget. Hey, I wish you well, Shady. I wish you well. I hope it takes out that 250 area and just runs for you. Concentrating on something, as you probably are aware. It's a game at 12, guys. It's a game at 12. There we go. Ah. There we go. All right. Now we're going to have a good lunch. All done without hotkeys. All right, guys. So let me just have to make sure I unmute the room. So when Steve comes in, I can hear him. Whew, wasn't easy. It was not easy, but now the next, who knows? I mean, can it really challenge that 1370, 1355 area? What we need them to do is to put out another press release. But, the volume never really tailed off significantly. And there it is, last winter, AMPX. Now, you guys don't have this feature available yet, but that is a feature that is coming. Why that's nice is because sometimes a stock out of nowhere can win a race, but it is not in the top 10 because like a stock that wins one race will not knock out the last one that won one race, as an example. Okay. So it's nice now to see that last winner. But again, that is something. The SLB, yeah. So it had the pullback. I know somebody in our YouTube room mentioned SLB earlier. Nice pullback and then a big surge. Oh, you do have the last winner? Okay, great, great. Thank you. The big difference between the Pro and the web version, well, not just on the trial, Ian, just in general, the web version, the big difference, the two big differences. The web version, as we speak, does not have the races available. So that's a question in our YouTube room. Does not have the races available yet, hopefully soon. And this brokerage plus window, so you cannot practice trading. Okay, so you don't have the web-based version. Those are the two major differences. Okay, pretty important, especially the racing, which I can't emphasize enough. I mean, to concentrate on one scan and one scan alone, allow it to create a watch list for you. Doesn't have to be this, this is just the two I use, but you can always customize it more as you get used to using trade ideas. Oh, there's no question. I mean, so if anybody's sitting out there thinking, well, what should I use? The web, if you have the choice, okay, always use the downloadable application. Okay, always do that. Do not use the web-based version. The web-based version is fine, even on a tablet or something like that. I mean, it's fine. Did I just hear a little pop? Little pop, which means that Steve is in the room.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I was wondering if my ears were playing tricks on me.
And it takes me like 3 clicks to get going once you hear
Okay.
that pop. So how's it going over there, Barry?
Good, good, good. I've been able to, figure out a way to get into AMPX a couple of times. So very profitable for me. Not easy, certainly not easy, AMPX.
Yeah.
But this is one that I had on my radar, well, all day yesterday, and of course today. waiting to see taking out that 10 level earlier on.
Uh-huh.
And now I don't know where it's going. I still have some left. I don't know where it's going. The next high is around 1355, I think. And it's news driven. I mean, this is
Yeah.
completely news driven, you know. So I don't know if you
Well,
know the news on it, but
I
this
don't.
is a news driven stock. Started 2 days ago. You can see that big daily
Hmm.
candle two
Oh
days
yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
I guess they got $50 million from the White House for some, I don't know if it's infrastructure. I don't know exactly what it is. I can't tell you.
Batteries.
Batteries. Okay.
Operative word.
There you go. So, and then yesterday, they also had another press release that popped the stock, pulled back. But so this is news driven right now.
Well, the chart is confirming the story. As I say, there's your first day of move. Your second day, yesterday was kind of a day of rest, and then taking out that narrow range day yesterday. Today was some great volume. Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
looking
yeah.
chart.
Oh, yeah. So that has basically made my day. So,
Excellent.
yeah. So I'll let you all go now if you don't mind.
I
You take
don't
it over.
mind. Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, I switched with Andy for those that haven't figured it out. So I'll be here for the next hour, and I'll just await Barry's knock on the
Return.
door to come on back.
Can you go to one or do you have to leave early?
I do not have to leave early. No.
Okay. Okay. I'll probably show up about 10 to or 5 to. Maybe we can chat while
Sure.
for a bit. But okay, Steve,
All
thanks a
right.
lot.
Bye.
See you in about
Have
an hour.
fun. All right, everybody. I actually was a little bit late logging on because I noticed something. Let me just preface this by saying I'm a swing trader and I have taken a lot of risk. I've been just kind of watching the markets lately. I've not been doing a lot of swing trading. It's been kind of a lot too many paper cuts for me to be comfortable. I'm tired of trying to guess. It looks like this market is trying to dig in. Maybe the priced in Fed is all there. But the point is, it's very difficult action right now unless you're a quick momentum day trader getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out. And that's just not me. I can't do that. I have too many other open tabs and chats going all morning long. And so I have to choose to play as a swing trader. However, I noticed right before I came on that the dollar, here's UUP, this is an ETF for our dollar, really, really collapsed here in the last half an hour. And if you look at the daily over here, it's kind of running out of steam. This is what's been, literally keeping the market down in terms of asset allocation. The only safe asset it seems out there in the world right now is the US dollar. So this is a chart that's been going up and up and up. But at some point, I just think there's going to be a decoupling where the US dollar is not going to be in favor anymore. And then who knows what happens from there. But my point is, on my sector list here, we'll notice gold and gold miners and silver, they've been pretty strong all day. That's a new high right there for the GDX. And so that's, of course, in a correlation with the dollar. As the dollar weakens, more money pours back into the precious metals. So where I'm going with this is I've been sitting in some PSLV. I'm in the money on it, and it's a pretty good price. It's basically in my 401k. I've taken some of the cash and just allocated that to sit in a silver fund. And it's had its good days and its bad days, but the point is, today is starting to make a move here. So I added to both my accounts. I bought a silver miner, Pan Am Silver. I think some of us have talked about it before if you're on here. But it's a bit of an anticipation trade because if we look at the daily here, you'll see I'm not really waiting for confirmation for it to break out above this 50-day. I'm kind of anticipating it. And so the early bird, gets the bigger reward. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. So I just bought some PAAS in 2 different accounts. And this is a silver miner. And again, it was all kind of predicated off me looking at the dollar falling out of bed right before I came on here. So other than that, I'm not doing a whole lot. I did pick up some rum yesterday off that tail. I kind of like this stock, but it doesn't really matter what you like in this market. Things are just getting really whacked around. But I'm in the money on this. I'll keep an eye on it. It's not something I normally would buy in a downtrend like that. But again, kind of an anticipation rule breaking trade. So other than that, yeah, I'm not doing a whole lot, guys. I'm not playing the momentum stuff. Barry was talking about AMPX. First thing that comes to mind here is I notice it on the top 10 trading. So, just to reiterate, if you're new to trade ideas and you're new to trading and you don't know what to trade, the genius of these races are the top 10 list. After about an hour of the open, you've got yourself a nice little top 10 list there of ideas to watch for the entire day. And so the races have definitely, and Barry, of course, have definitely kept AMPX on people's radar all day long. So we'll go back and look at those in a little bit. Now the market's getting strong again as the dollar weakens. How about that? People sell the dollar and they start to pile back into stocks. It's pretty correlated. I actually tweeted that yesterday. The only correlation we can really count on right now is dollar weakness is stock market strength. Dollar strength equals stock market weakness and precious metals weakness. Okay. Let's see what's going on with you guys over there. Hello, Mike. Hello, Iris. Can I think of a scan for pullback and? So the and part is where it gets you. Can I think of a scan for a race for a pullback and rebound on high volume? The only thing I could think of, Alice, again, I'm sorry, Iris, is, again, these are all predicated off of top list windows. And so what you're saying is, let's just add a couple ideas here. So 5-minute volume, you said volume's increasing, so 5-minute volume right there, volume 5-minute, we'll add that filter. We'll make that like, I don't know, 200%. Everything else is good. You also said scan for pullback. Okay, so pullback. Okay, so that means that it's up on the day. So change from close, it's got to be up at least, we'll call it 2% on the day. But pullback would be like change in 30 minutes. So let's look for like our change filter family. Change in 30 minutes. We'll add that filter. So it's up on the day, but the last 30 minutes, it's been down at least a negative 0.5%. And then it's doing 5-minute volume. So the question becomes, what do we base the race on? So let's just go ahead and launch this. I think the race is going to have to be based on volume. So let's go ahead and launch this race, see what we get. Only 3 ideas. So these are all stocks that are up on the day. There you go. And they're pulling back. So only 4 stocks really doing that at the moment. So what I would suggest is maybe we take this scan and we turn it into a race. But now we have to make sure we're configuring it correctly. We're going to want, based on 5-minute volume. Where is that? Oh, we don't have it in the columns, do we? We have to add that column. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the column because we don't have that. And let's get rid of the columns we don't want. Okay, volume 5 minutes. I guess we got to go back and do it this way. Volume 5 minutes, show column. Okay, so now that gives us the column. The reason that's important is because the column is what the races are based on. And let's just clean up some of these columns here so they're not so messy. All right, well, you go ahead and we'll use those. All right, let's try this race again here. There's our 5. We've got 5 in there now. So we'll go ahead and launch real-time race. But we're going to base this on 5-minute volume. Volume 5 minutes. So let's see, out of all these racers, which ones might start showing good volume? I don't know how it's going to work. We're learning as we go. Okay, so there's our 5 symbols. So now this race is going to be based on who's got the most increasing amount of 5-minute volume. So I'm going to go ahead and give you this race as is, as set up, Iris, just as a starting point for you. That's probably the closest I could come to what you're kind of asking for there. This TBX is the one that's okay. It's pulled back, but it's getting some volume. So, I mean, hopefully that helps, Iris. Pause doing that I bought. See, I really wanted to, I'm going to go ahead and just set an alert there at 16. I'm already positioned, but I just want to kind of know. And why is that a big number? Well, it's a round number of 16. And as you can see, it's also a high from yesterday, and it takes out the 50-day moving average. So really an anticipatory trade for me here on this silver miner. Look at how beaten up it's been. I mean, it was once up here around 40. Now it's down at 15. I think this I don't think this is going to be a trade. I'm kind of popping this into my 401k and thinking that maybe the dollar weakness today going into the weekend could be the beginning of something. I don't know. It's been tough guessing lately. All right, let's back up here. Hello, Iris. Okay, AG, yeah, AG, strong one as well. AG and Pan Am are really good. AG's looking better technically, quite honestly, because it's above its moving averages. You know, I could have looked at that one easily, but you know, for some reason, I feel like if this one does pop above the 50, there'll be some pressure in there behind it, maybe. Telling Andy that AG was looking good too. All right, let's catch the questions here and see if I'm Market Explorer. Have not checked lately. Might be some pullback in there. Okay, Iris. Yeah, there could be some market pullback, but the problem is, Mike, we can't really turn a Market Explorer window into a stock race. The stock races are based upon the top list scan window, as we just built there a minute ago. What moving averages would you use for going long and shorter term trading on large caps? Well, large caps or indices doesn't matter, Lester, because price is price. Doesn't matter if it's commodities or whatnot. Technical indicators and moving averages are going to follow the price regardless of the market cap and size. So we'll just start with that concept. I am using a very okay. So crossovers, I don't really look at too much. Crossovers, I look at more support and resistance. So I'm going to start here on my 15-minute. And somebody pointed out that the 9 EMA is pretty close to the 10 SMA. So I'm still testing both of them. I'm literally running 9 EMA and 10 EMA to kind of gauge momentum. So as you can see here on my 15-minute chart, momentum is intact as the price winds up and is held by the 10 SMA and the 9 EMA. I'm still evaluating. Now, this is an interesting one. This blue line, what the hell is this? Well, this is a 5-day moving average smoothed out on a 15-minute chart. How did I do that? You just go to indicators, and I've got an SMA built with 130 periods. Believe it or not, there's 130 candles in 5 days of trading for 15-minute candles perfectly. So it gives this wonderful smoothed out version of the 5-day moving average. Rather than trying to make sense of the 5-day on my daily, this is a neat way to just get a different perspective on the intraday. Let's take a look at this for a moment here. Now, these are areas of interest. It doesn't mean anything is going to accident or actually happen when it gets to these levels. But when we go back and look at the AG, for example, it found resistance, kind of close, broke through that resistance, became support yesterday. So I used this 130 period on my 15-minute chart for some really just basic support and resistance levels. Let's see if there's anything else we can see, like, you know, in the dailies, so the Qs, and see if they're making sense over there. Not so much there, a little sloppy. What about the SPY? A little sloppy there as well. So to answer your question, on my 15-minute chart, I'm just using a momentum, either the 10 or the 9, and then I'm using this 5-day rolling moving average. On my daily charts, I'm using the 20, the 50, sorry, the 200 right there, the 50 in blue, the 20 in red, and then I'm also doing the 9 and the 10 experiment on my daily. So yeah, I like it when things cross over, but let me show you what I like more here. I mean, actually, I'll just, you know, the SPY, look at how the S&P, regardless of the crossing and the messiness of the averages, okay, let's forget about that for a second. What has the price done? Well, the price has been rejected over and over and over at these levels. But this day, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're now on our 4th day here of positive candles closing above what used to become resistance. So this is more the way I look at it. Yeah, there's a lot of crosses and stuff going on in here, but for me, cross is secondary. Primarily is what is the price doing? So I call this kind of like a bird in the hand. I've seen this so many times when something is thinking about changing its downtrend, and all of a sudden, what was once holding it down, in this case, the 20, has now been defeated, and now the price is holding up. It's now supporting the last 2 days. So I call this like a bird in the hand. It's basically, it could, you know, be 5, 6 days of sideways action, but this is very constructive to me. When the downtrend stops, the moving averages flatten out, and the price just kind of rides on top of it like a bird in your palm, and then hopefully it takes flight. So that's how I like to use the moving averages. I try not to get too hung up with cross-ups. I pay close attention to the closing candle and how it relates to the daily trend. You know, a lot of good stocks are on the uptrend. I'm not going to find one in there probably, but they're going to pull back midday, and they're going to pop back up, and they're going to close above their rising moving averages. In a bull market, that's what I like to see. But we're in kind of the opposite now. We've had stocks bounce up for 3 or 4 days, put in a topping tail at the declining 20 or the declining 50, and then they fall back down again. All right, Lester, I hope that helped. Iris, hello, Mike. Crossover. All right, so BDN for Michael Anthony, which is a pinch, meaning oversold. Let's see what my eyes think about BDN. Okay, so we're going to start with the daily. As we can see, we've got earnings yesterday, so a little bit of catalyst going on there, but the moving averages have been dominating it as it is right now at this moment. So option or task number 1 is to get this BDN back above these declining 20s, just like we were just talking about on the SPY. The SPY has been under pressure, but now the last 4 days are now resting above the 20. So that BDN is still a bit guilty until proven innocent. But it doesn't mean that these moving averages can't flatten out here and start to turn back up. And again, I get focused on the price. I'd like to see the price start closing back above those declining moving averages. Just keeping an eye on that round. What's that pause doing? All right. Makes a bit of sense. Lester, is there a different technique you would recommend for indices? Day trading isn't crossover. Well, let's do this. It's probably a good time to do this. As I said earlier, these are the races and these are our watch list. So let's just play a little bit of hindsight game here. And let's go back through the top 10 and let's use my moving averages on my 15-minute, because we're talking about day trading. So day trading, we're going to focus on the momentum, moving averages, and where is the price in relation to those. So we're going to start with this one, MVST. MVST, what do we see there? Okay. So here you go. MVST is above its 9 and it's 10. Again, you can pick either one of these. I'm evaluating them. I'm trying not to confuse people, but this is good. all morning long, it's been holding its momentum. So as long as the price candles remain and don't close below those, and I call them those are my momentum averages. As long as the price remains above that 10 SMA, momentum is still intact. However, the flip side, we are now midday. A lot of these plays start to fizzle out in the second half of the day as the day traders take their profits. Likewise, on the daily here, we've had a pretty good run. This thing might start to get tired. So let me just talk about this. If you happen to be an MVST, this is how I would manage it. The very first candle that closes, not touches, but closes below these momentum averages, that's my out. Because when I look left over here, I see a tired 3-day move. And this momentum indicator is my 15-minute. That's my bread and butter for day trading. So to answer your question, Lester, this is really what we want to look for. So let's go through and evaluate some more of these, right? Here's Barry's AMPX. Definitely in momentum. And look at down here. It tried to close, but it spiked, never closed below the momentum moving averages. Off to the races. So for me, this list here, this automatic watch list that's created for you, I think can become a very compelling list in the first, let's say, after the first 60 minutes of the market is open, because that's when you'll start to see some pullbacks and some consolidations on those lines. Let's see if we can find any. All right, ADTX was an early mover and it has failed. Okay, not a lot of volume in this one. Looks a little thin, but boy, look at this. Okay, guys, there's our push. Okay, here's the first hour ending. You're watching these names. You're seeing this consolidation above these momentum lines. This is the kind of stuff I like to look for if I'm momentum day trading. Let the market open. Let these names appear on the top 10. Look for some pullback and consolidation and line it right up with your momentum moving averages. Take a chance around, I don't know, 60, 70, 90 minutes after the open. And there's our sweet spot right there. But again, towards the end of the day, start to not trust these things. They might start to roll over and take profits. We'll see. All right, what else is on here? Gold miner. Okay, so this is GDX. The races are seeing what I'm seeing. It's gold miner 3-time levered. So it's basically just GDX times 3. Good looking chart. It's above all of its momentum indicators. So again, Lester, this is for you. This is how I'm managing risk and also trying to identify if momentum is still intact or not during the day. Okay, perfect. Here's our signal candle right there. Look at how we broke the moving average and closed. Last half hour, we've done nothing. So that's an early warning signal to get out when the momentum breaks. You get that first red candle that closes below the 15-minute moving averages there. What else we got on here? Okay, interesting. Big move. Look at this sideways consolidation. This thing could have some meat on the bone. Again, the only problem is it's late in the day. Well, let's go ahead and set an alert right there. Might even go off while we're talking soon, but this is beautiful. Big push. Then you have consolidation. Sellers are still trying to hold it back, but the buyers are in control. We'll pull back there, but pop back up. I love sideways action into these moving averages. I just kind of wish this was an hour earlier, because again, as we get deeper into the day, into the lunch period, the day traders, they take their profits and they run, and momentum starts to dissipate. So what do? Again, just going to hammer it home, man. Momentum dies when these moving averages give it up midday. Okay. So right now, momentum is still in play. There could be a play here. The only downside is I think it's the second half of the day and it could run out of energy. We'll see. All right, Michael, I don't even get involved in the fundamentals as usual. I just let the chart tell me the story. Your BDN needs to get back above that 20 SMA declining and hold a few days. Once it can do that, then all the stuff you're talking about there is being absorbed by the market. I mean, you might see that, other people might see that, but it doesn't matter until the market sees it, the fundamentals that you're referencing. So I'm not a fundamental trader. I'll look at them just to make sure I'm not missing anything stupid, but the chart is the only thing I'm concerned with. The chart, the sector, What are its peers doing? How is it relatively strong to its peers or the market? But when I start focusing on guidance, and I tell you what, I could care less about what an analyst thinks. Analysts do not work for us. They work for them. Don't forget that. They work for them, not us. Us being the retail traders. Usually doing the opposite is probably, after a few days, is probably a good call. Okay, so back to technicals, good. BDN, the main support is 6. You are correct. This is the kind of stuff that I can, discuss with you, Michael. We agree. 1, 2, 3, 4 taps there on the $6 level. And then, so you're being pinched, as you said, by the $6 support and the declining 20. So you've got to resolve above this declining 20 to prove your thesis, to get the chart to confirm the story that you're looking at there on the fundamentals. Okay, the trigger that you get confused on. Okay, so yeah, we don't want to chase, Lester. We never want to chase. We want to try and find. So ideally, the question is, well, when do you enter them? Well, let's go over here to this race. See if maybe there's some different names. Okay, I know I mentioned this one earlier, but this probably would have been the closest one as it pulls back. Anything close to the moving averages to me is an entry. Anything up here extended way above the moving averages is a chase. So in that first hour and a half of the morning, find some things that popped, pulled back and consolidated. And if you can buy anywhere close to the moving averages, that's a good risk reward entry. As opposed to chasing up here, if you're wrong, you suffer the pullback. Over here, if you're wrong, you suffer a bit of a tiny pullback and your risk is limited. It's a paper cut in terms of a bad trade. Let's see if we can find some more examples. Wow, this one's going for 2 days. So again, if you want to trust the momentum, any type of buy that's on that moving average should be the moving average that you're leaning on and saying, I'm gonna lean on this, and that's going to be my entry. Just looking for some more obvious ones. Again, the ones I really like are the ones that pop in the morning and then go sideways. Sideways action is really good. It's better than a pullback, stronger than a pullback. Okay, here's an extra one. X. Okay, so X shot out of a can on the open, 1 hour, pulled back. There's your entry right there. Strong stock, strong push, has to take a breath an hour or so after the market. On that in breath, you're looking for any pullback to that moving average. And to answer your question, Lester, that's your entry. And then your exit, as I discussed, if you did take that entry, your exit is going to be the very first candle that closes below that moving average. So that's my method. That's how I like to use the 15-minute time frame. That's how I use it for entries and exits. And again, I still use that 5-day, 130 average there. Let's go through the AI. See if there's anything going on over there. Hasn't really been much lately. But if we look at these concepts, that was a long, not really seeing much there. This is a short. Okay, so there's the short, there's the moving averages coming down to meet it. So it's the exact opposite. If you're short this thing, these moving averages need to slam the price back down to fresh lows to stay in that trade. That's the momentum to the downside. Here's a nice one, NOV, big pullback, got close to that moving average of the 9 EMA. Not a bad entry. It's still moving higher. This NOV is still in play. Okay, this one was holding, and it looks like it's going to close below the moving averages there. This momentum is probably dying. So my scan is simply the races. Well, Lester, again, I'm showing you the races as a day trader. I don't really trade a lot of the races I have, but I don't make it part of my repertoire. I'm more of a swing trader. I've got a few positions working, and I'll check in on them, time out throughout the day, but I just don't have the ability or the capacity or the time or the bandwidth to be trading like Barry does, in and out, in and out. Barry said he's been in and out of Ampex 3 times. I can't do that. It's just not my style. I don't have the ability to do it. So therefore, I'm kind of showing you guys how to use the races if you want to find the action for day trading. Personally, I've got my watch list of things that I keep an eye on. Again, my time frame is more on the daily chart. I'm looking for 2 or 3 day moves. I will also look for short squeezes, but the problem is the short squeezes have not been working because we've been in a bear market and the shorts have been correct. But if the market turns and starts to get bid again, well, this is the short squeeze scan. Okay, this VRTX, interesting. Had kind of a nice pullback, but it's got 31% short the float. I'm kind of like a manager of a baseball team, right? This is a good player, but it only works well in certain games in certain environments. So I'm not really trying to pick ideas here, just saying, hey, Sava's got 28%. I'm going to jump in this thing. No, I'm going to wait for the market to start squeezing the shorts again. And then I'll come back to the scan and I'll start looking for ideas on that scan. Good, Lester. Thanks for the feedback. I'm glad that's helping. All right. Want to look at Nokia? So this thing got smashed after earnings. How about that? I can't see much on the daily chart looking left. So when stocks get smashed after earnings, I never, ever, ever want to buy them on the day of, which would have been yesterday. Because it seems like bad earnings always take about 2 or 3 days to really squeeze out the weak hands, the stubborn ones that are waiting for a bounce that just don't get it. That second or third day, they just say, uncle, I can't take it anymore. So just be aware of that when you have downside gap on earnings. You got to let it do its thing for a few days and really let it flush out the weak hands. All right, I see. Are the Qs at highs again? Nope, that's old. Goes AMPX again. So yeah, I think the biggest takeaway is the first 90 minutes of the morning, use this top 10 list to monitor these stocks throughout the day. Try and find pullbacks, try and find consolidations. Definitely don't chase. And then sector-wise, interestingly enough, steel, which was why X was on the races earlier, steel is doing well today. Matter of fact, the ETF just reclaimed the 50-day moving average in steel, and steel ETF, SLX. GDX is also strong. That's why I was mentioning let's check on the UUP. That's the dollar. It's bouncing off lows, but still, that's why the gold miners and silver is kind of coming alive today. That's the other strong sector. Oil service sector strong. Yeah, why not? We're draining our strategic oil reserve. Why not? Let's just increase the price of oil. That's not a good chart for people, for manufacturers, for energy. It's getting expensive again. Semis. So as far as technology goes, the semis are the strongest today. And we've got silver again, along with gold, consolidating. Solar. Let's look on the weak side. Weak side is REITs. But there's a lot of green today, so the market's giving a little bit of a relief bounce here today. It's been back and forth, green one day, red the other day. I don't know. It's very difficult, I think, for the market to pick a direction on this right now. What's my rum doing? This thing's been disappointing. Yeah, trying to hang in there. All right. THC. Trying to understand if I made a profit because they have $1 billion buyback. Again, you're over my head with the buybacks and the fundamentals. All I can do is look at the chart. And again, what you think that news means compared to what the market thinks that news means is usually not on the same page. So here we are again. We had earnings. We had a bad earnings surprise. I would not be buying this stock today. Again, based on my rule that I mentioned earlier, when you have a bad earnings, think of all the people that are up here and hoping, and then they wake up to this mess. Okay, well, let me just see if I can get a bounce to get out. They're telling themselves, no, I can't get a bounce because everybody else is waiting for that same bounce to get out. I think you really need to wait 2 or 3 days, no matter what the chart is, no matter what the fundamentals say. When you have a downside earnings surprise like that, you've got to let it weed out the weak hands over the next 1 to 3 days. It's very rare that I see a stock gap down like this from earnings and then turn around and close strong at the end of the day. Because people are usually just saying, get me out. I can't take it anymore. Any strength, any uptick, I'll take, get me out. And that can take 2 to 3 days to work through the system. Hey, Teddy, did I switch bullish on the markets? No, I switched to neutral for a lot of reasons. I couldn't get the downside move that I really wanted. I made some money in TZA, could have done better. I made some back here. I made some money in SQQ, could have done better. But these long red, long green, these candles are just very volatile, and it's been very hard to swing trade and take home risk overnight. So I'm not doing a whole lot. And if we go back to the market in general, right, we're still under the 50. So, the NASDAQ is still very much guilty until proven innocent, but it's starting to shape up a little bit. Maybe you missed it earlier, but I'm looking at the SPY now. The SPY looks better than the NASDAQ. And what I'm seeing is that we finally broke that 20-day curse of the downtrend 20-day. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 days here just resting above a flattening 20-day and an upsloping 10-day. So when I see this, I call it the bird in the hand because it can be the beginnings of a change in the wind as the price is no longer repelled and repressed by the moving averages. They pop above and reclaim them, and then the moving averages become support instead of resistance. So this becomes a very interesting dynamic, whether it's a chart or a commodity, or in this case, the S&P 500. These 4 or 5 days here, if we can get above and just a flat, that's a win. So the downside had nothing left, right? That was it. That was that day. Once I saw that day, I figured it's very hard to go take that low out because that's a giant reversal candle, gap down. Everybody saw that as the panic low, and I did not buy that. So I'm really neutral right now. All I have is some silver mining company, PAS, PAAS. I have some PSLV, and I have some rum, and that literally is it. I don't have anything else. Rum, as you can see, is a rule-breaking stock. I'm breaking my own rules. The chart is not confirming the story that I believe is there, but I'm going to go ahead and hold on to this one. It's not really a day trade. It's not a swing. I just feel like some of the damage has really been done on this thing, and I'm going to try and pick a bottom, for lack of a better candid term. So that's the answer to that, Teddy. I'm not bullish, but I'm neutral. I went back to neutral. If we can build on this, yeah, last time we chatted, I was bearish. But again, hopefully that makes sense. These last 4 days have really, really kind of changed. And again, this was a shot across the bow that day right there to the shorts. Giant reversal engulfing pattern. So, yeah. All right, looks like we've caught up on questions. My S&P ticker's turning green. Yeah, S&Ps are trying to go back to highs. What's that dollar doing? Is that dollar getting the S&P excited again? Yeah, it's kind of rolling over. So yeah, again, if you just joined, I'm not doing much. I'm a swing trader. It's been a very difficult market to swing trade. So I'm kind of enjoying the last few days of not being in a lot of risk. It's been a few paper cuts more than I tend to really want to admit lately. And when that happens, you've got to just step out of the batter's box and call timeout. All right, we are clear on the questions channel. I'm sure we have some test drivers in here. If you guys have any product questions or how to scan for something, that's why we're here. Andy is pretty bullish Netflix. He's getting a good move in Netflix now. He was buying down here, so this was more of a generational position trade for Andy. I didn't follow him, but good on him. He rode it through earnings, and he got a good earnings. Boy, something is really taxing my system here. Let me see something. It's time for some new memory. Memory upgrade. A lot of stuff going on there. All right, guys. Yeah, we're clear. Barry will be back here in about 15 minutes. So whatever you want to talk about, have at it. Big guy Apple. Okay, so Apple's a bellwether. Could not get above the 20-day SMA the last 3 days, but today it's showing promise. Same kind of thing going on there. So I'm starting to see that in some names. The worst might be behind us now. And it's okay to, I'm not bullish, but I'm no longer bearish like I was back here. We were under all the moving averages down here. Now we've popped above, and we're just trying to reclaim, some support. So back to neutral. We've also got, October, the election's coming up. The volatility is pretty crazy out there, and it's probably wise to be playing not big size, but smaller size than you're normal to, just to adjust and compensate for the volatility that we see. Are there any other resources you use or find helpful to use along with trade ideas? You said Zero Hedge last week for news. Barry uses IPO calendar. Yeah, just Twitter. I will go in and I will, if I want news on a stock, this news tab is really nothing special. It's just a Google scrape from Google Finance. I will go in and I will do a search tab on my Twitter tweet deck, and I might have 2 or 3 stocks if they're $ symbol, and I can see what the crowd is talking about. And that's really in my opinion, a very powerful thing to have is the crowdsourcing. You know exactly what's being discussed, what the crowd's talking about. You got links left and right to news stories and sources, and I can't emphasize enough, really, using Twitter with the $ hashtag, cash tag as they call it, and you'll find out exactly what's going on. And it's almost as good as a paid news source, really, because a lot of people have paid news sources, and they're quickly the ones to update the info and crowdsource the information, so you know exactly, what the focus is, what's being talked about. Again, Michael, you dropped a bunch of fundies on me, so all I can do is look at the chart. PED, not a bad looking chart. Small cap, definitely being held back by its 200-day. So I'd maybe come in here and put a price alert in the 200-day, and who knows, maybe that'll go off at some point in the future. But you're very much range bound right now. And if you know something that the market doesn't, the market has not quite figured that one out yet. So it's still in a range for sure. All right. Do pumpers come in here and pump stocks? Well, I don't think they come into Twitter and pump stocks. They don't come into our channels and pump stocks. We'll kick them out. But anything under $5 that's just full of pump, and you got to be careful. There's been just a lot of that because people got real excited with the market, 2 years ago. And then when the market changes, people's methods don't change. They still fall for the same habits. They still do what made them money before, even though it doesn't make them money anymore. Trying to retool and adapt is literally one of the hardest first hurdles a successful trader has, because you can find success in a bull market, but you better damn well sure change your tune and retool your methods in a bear market, because if you don't, I've seen it many times, guys did really well, then they just blew up their accounts because they couldn't adjust. The answer is no, they do not come in here and pump. Hell no, we don't allow that. Yeah, shorting stocks in the bear market, yes, definitely. I kind of prefer to use the doubles and the triple ETFs like SQQ to short the indexes as one. But the thing you want to be aware of when you're shorting is your entry. You know, your entry is everything when you're shorting, and what I mean by that is you've got to find. I'll try and find an example. All right, here's an example. So this EVGO, right? If you're watching this $7 level, and you've had 5, 6, 7 days to get down to that $7 level, and you set a price alert right there, you go, yeah, I'm going to short this breakdown. No, it's very hard to get momentum. What will happen is you'll break the obvious level that everybody sees. So do not short there. You wait. You wait for everybody to get bounced out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and all of a sudden, these bounces become short-lived. And all of a sudden, you've got these bounces that cannot get above these moving averages. This is where you short. Okay, so it's a downtrending stock. You're shorting on the upticks. You're not shorting new lows. If there's one piece of advice I can give you on the daily chart is do not short new lows. Wait for the bounce. Wait for the bounce to come up into your sweet spot and take your short there. Same goes really. Well, I shouldn't say same goes, because there are good short sellers who can do that on the day trading time frame. For instance, you know, they might find something that's just up way too much on the day, and they might wait for that break. You know, that break I talk about where it shows you momentum is dying. This is another style of short selling. Okay, so I guarantee you there's a few people that are shorties that are watching this move the last 3 days, and they're saying, okay, enough is enough here. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to watch, and as soon as I get a candle to break this intraday momentum, I'm going to take that short. So that's a whole different methodology of shorting, but that's how the day traders and the momentum traders would short. For me, as a swing trader, I look at the daily chart and I wait for the price to bounce up into the downtrend. What's this MULN you speak of? Mulan. That again. Mullen Automotive. Yeah, so this is in full-on consolidation mode right now. You know, it's probably just going to chop around and wait for these moving averages to come up and start to meet the price. Oh, there goes my pause. That's a happy alert. We want to see that. Let's see if this can follow through on the silver and break out. So this is the 50-day moving average. It's also a tick above yesterday's high. Real question is it going to fail and just pull back into the range, or is it going to continue higher? Let's look at the dollar. Yeah, dollar's rolling back over. Bounced up into the short. So here's another example, right? Don't be the one that shorts the new lows down here. Wait for the bounce to come up and let it rest just under the moving average, that's your entry, I think. That's the way I like to short. I do not like to short new lows. Good. I'm glad that was helpful, Laura. Yep. Just don't short new lows. Wait, fade. You got to fade, fade, fade. Be contrarian. All right. Any test drivers in here that's been maybe sitting on a question you were afraid to ask or didn't know about? Because this is really the time right here. Let's see if silver's going to highs. Probably is. It's trying. It's been a long, crazy, twisted time as we talk about inflation, 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 and people say, well, why the heck isn't gold and silver going up? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't need to get into them. But at some point, there's going to be a decoupling of what we've been seeing, meaning dollar goes up, stock market and precious metals go down. There's going to be a day of reckoning. There's going to be a decoupling. I hope it happens soon. This was one that I was in, but I got out. I just it didn't bounce. Okay, so I bought right here off the 20, held it through that day, didn't follow through on highs, held it through that day, sold it that day. All right, this was my signal to get out. At the close, it broke the 20-day SMA. Not a big loss, but again, another little paper cut. As I go forward, boom, 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 we can't get above the moving averages. So I'm kind of glad I got out of that one. I don't trust much right now. Talking about Ford, yes, it's holding that 20-day kind of sliding. Needs to, what I would do is, just put a price alert right there. And if something wants to happen with Ford, that's a price alert that would be interesting for sure. Problem though is, let's see, October 20 earnings are coming up in a few days. Yeah. So when the dollar weakens, the market strengthens. This SPWH is in a downtrend. Definitely guilty until proven innocent, just being dominated by that 50. Flowers. We've got a lot of work to do. It is building a base, but that declining 50 is coming in. All right. Qs are back on highs, and the gold miners have taken the lead from the steel makers. So things you can drop on your feet: gold, silver, steel, oil. Those are the strong ones today. Stupid DWAC stock. All right. Any more questions before Barry comes back? Speak now or miss out. All right, interesting. Here's that CABA. It's on the races. It's had 4 or 5 days of nice run. But to me, what I see right here is a signal candle. That red candle closed below. I bet if you come back and look an hour later, this CABA is going to be back below $1.95. It just, once they break that momentum, they just get annoying. Or they don't do much, or they fall. This is a triple here. The Pro Shares Ultra Silver 3 times. AGQ. Barry.
What if it's amazing how powerful these mics are? You know, I
Yeah.
can
But when you
just
got a headset on, you hear any little change in frequency.
exactly. Um, you know, it's funny you were mentioning about not playing earnings plays the first day and all that. You know what the exception to the rule was?
Hmm.
Or don't look at an earnings play for a bounce after it's been slammed down on earnings.
Right.
AA, which surprised the absolute heck out of me yesterday. Look at what happened with AA yesterday. Got
Oh, okay.
slammed down on earnings in the pre-market,
Hmm.
and what a rally it had. Not only did it rally, it went positive, and now it's continuing. I was
Yeah.
thinking of that when you were talking about. I know somebody's talking about THC. You know, when can I play a bounce because things don't look as bad as maybe they are. And I completely agree with you. It's just that AA, and I was looking to short that. I was really going to pile into a big short on that yesterday. You know, I always wait that first 15 minutes and look what it did in the first 15. I said, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, that popped about $8 from the low in the pre-market.
Well, that's really the tell on these things. If they gap down and don't trade and just start going to, you'll, I guess what I'm saying is you'll know if it's going to be the exception to the rule immediately. They start,
Yes.
because they start buying that stock back right from the bell if they feel that there's value there. So totally
Hmm.
different reaction to earnings as opposed to the one we were looking at earlier, the ones that gap down and just bleed the rest of the day. People come home, they're like, "Oh my God, I could get me out of this thing," and then it takes a couple days to sort that out.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Crowd psychology.
So what do I do with this guy? Are you following this discussion I'm having, Steve?
No, with who?
Okay. Then I go to the support thread then in our Slack. I mean, it's a waste of time, but
Oh, okay. I'll go back and read it. I haven't been able to.
it's okay. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to hang around for another 4 minutes, you can.
Well,
But
I'll go ahead and leave because I'm thirsty and can use a break.
okay, you
And I'll
can.
read that thread. And then I'll read that thread.
Okay. Okay, Steve. Thanks for
Okay,
your hour,
you
and
got
have
it.
a great weekend.
You too. Good luck.
Any
Bye.
golf? Any
Uh,
golf?
no, nothing planned. Played a couple days ago, as you know. Played pretty well.
Hmm.
Brad shot a 77. Just can't keep up with that.
Yeah, anybody can shoot. If anybody shoots in the 70s is and they're not a pro or anything like
It's
that. That's
actually
excellent.
2%. It's like 2.5% of all golfers can shoot in the
Yeah, no,
70s.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I was fortunate enough that I had a job. I was kidding. Well, I know we're talking about stocks right now, but the job I had, my boss, when I took up golf, I thought it was the craziest, stupid game. Why would I waste 4 hours or 5 hours doing that? I was into all sorts of team sports, etc. But that started to wind down, and my boss encouraged me to start taking my customers out
Yeah.
golfing. And I said, oh, whatever, you know. And
Fell in
the
love with
first
it.
time I golfed was on a beautiful hilly course in Vancouver on an August sunny day. And I said, oh my goodness, this is working.
I get it.
And I got to know my customers a lot better.
Hmm.
And that just took off from there.
It's amazing how when you play golf with somebody, you learn a lot about them just by observing how they
Oh,
play the game. They follow the rules, the
oh
etiquette,
yeah.
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It was well, without getting corny, it was a tremendous bonding experience because I was okay with the customers and all. I think they kind of liked me, etc. But the relationship completely turned once we started golfing together,
Yeah.
and it got away from the work aspect, and it was amazing. It truly is a great business sport.
It is. It's fun. And when we play, of course, we're talking work most of the time out there as well
Yeah,
too. So it's fun. Yeah,
yeah,
it's a good time.
yeah.
All right,
Great.
Barry. I'm gonna take
Okay,
off. Thank you.
okay.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right, guys, I am now back. Let me get my music going again. And back in both rooms, guys. Back in both rooms. I'm going to ask the question again. Ron, are you in the room who's been posting about your complaints about the room? If you are, I'll talk about them right here. Okay. If you are, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but if you are, I'll talk to you. Yeah. Let's see. So I'm out of everything now, guys. Out of everything. Not doing too much. Let's see. The one I looked at was Pac B, not because I want to take it right now, but look what it's doing. Look what Pac B is doing. Now, actually, this is getting more interesting, because it was, when I saw it, it was just running away. Excuse me. But look at the 200-day moving average. That's 753. You can see how it's going right into the 200-day. You can kind of see that if it bases here for a bit and then pops up. But why is it interesting? Because the next high looking left, I think, is 925. 925. Is that right? Maybe it's a little earlier. 8:30, sorry, 8:48. So there's a dollar away from the next high. You know what? My eyes are betraying me. I'm sorry. 808 is the next high. Or maybe I'm wrong again. I think when I saw it, it was up here. So it was at that 762 mark. But at any rate, you just kind of look at this, and it is very interesting. Of course, it's the bio. You got to be careful. But sitting right on the 200-day moving average right now. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just internally doing something. Let me get rid of my announcement. Holy smokes. Do you guys remember Phase? This was a hot, hot stock. And these days, it got all the way up to $25 Phase. Look at it now. Look at it now. FAZE. Wow. Meanwhile, the market, which has been kind of schizo, it had that huge run, had about an hour pullback, and now it's on another huge run. Amazing. Hmm. Sorry about that. You're right. I forgot to do the screen sharing in YouTube. Just give me a moment. There we go. Volta. What is Volta doing? Boy, another one of these EV plays that was flying a long time ago. Another EV play, this lithium, or Snow Lake, I should say, but LATM. Okay, from Zach's topping scan. And yes, he created the scan. Yes, could other people create a very similar scan? Yes. I don't know if you heard it in my voice, guys, but so this is interesting. I mean, this BCRX, because I mean, look what it's coming into. This is coming from Zach's topping scan, okay? Look where it's coming into, this 1450 level. I mean, this could stall it. I mean, it's had a nice run. Okay, guys. Well, keep an eye on this BCRX. I mean, listen, it may start to run, of course, but it is to me, it's coming into this resistance area. Okay, and is this shortable? Yeah, it's shortable for me. Lots and lots of shorts available out there. I'm sure 2.5 million interactive brokers. So again, I'm not saying to short it yet or ever. I mean, shorting is not easy in terms of trying to find tops, but I'm just looking at this and thinking, man, I mean, this to me looks like there's pretty decent resistance not that far away. Yeah, I'm not talking, Ron. That's why. Or I'm Lester. Sorry, I'm not talking. Every now and then, this is, I always kid around. This is not the radio. Every now and then, I am doing something else. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I've just done something to the room and I don't know how to get rid of it. You can't see, of course, but ah. Well, here's another one that's kind of, is this one of those? No, I remember this one is IMVT. It's trying to break out a little bit here, guys. Had the big run a few weeks ago, kind of basing, and now it's looking like it wants to have another little bit of a run. Um, IMVT, what's the float like? 39 million. And looking at the daily, it's trying to break out a little bit. Let's back this out a bit and see what sort of highs there are when we look left. 1037. Ooh, don't see anything too. No, that's right. This one had that big drop. Can't remember exactly why, but so it looks like the next highs are back in 2021, last year, around, about a year ago. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. This internal stuff happening here. Okay, what is happening in these races? That's at BTCY. Yeah, it's an absolutely nothing. I know this is in the simulator. Keep an eye on the finger, guys. Keep your eye on the finger. FNGR. Look what it's trying to do. It's been holding that 10 SMA. If you were in the YouTube room listening to Steve, and I said that this is one of his pets. You know, the holding the 10 SMA, stock moving into it, or the 80 MA. Looks like it's one and the same in this particular case on the 15-minute chart. You know, again, this has been a super active stock. Remember, it had to pop up to 792 right off the bat this morning. But remember, it also fell right back down to 689. So always be careful. 27 million in the float. But, you know, I mean, it looks like it is. I think my mouse is due for a recharge. Just a minute. Maybe not. So yeah, I mean, keep watching this. I mean, as Steve would say, I mean, there's 737 approximately. You know, it seems to want to be holding. Look how it's been hugging that 10 SMA on the way up, FNGR on the 15-minute chart. It's been hugging it. You know, I mean, if you took it now, you'd have a very probably too tight a stop though, because now I know Steve says you got to wait for the candle to close before you get out. I on a 15-minute chart, I just could not possibly do that because you know what would happen if you took this trade right here at 741 and then all of a sudden it broke down through. You got to wait 15 minutes and now it's down at 7. I mean, I couldn't possibly do that. I think you have to have some um, flexibility, I think, rather than just letting the candle close on you when it's way down. Okay, guys, I'm just going to make a general comment about the room. Okay. In any trading room, you will find that there are maybe a handful of people who post a lot. Okay. Maybe they're more experienced traders. Maybe they just see things that most people don't see. And, you know, they'll express their ideas. In this room, we do not pump ever. You know, I won't allow it. And I don't think we have pumping at all. So we have people, a handful of people who will post ideas. The majority of people in a trading room do nothing. And I understand that. Either there are several reasons. Maybe they don't have the confidence in posting something. Maybe they're afraid that they'll seem stupid or ignorant, which is totally not the case. Believe me, you can, you know, there's no harm in saying, "Hey Barry, what do you think about this?" I have no problem. Nobody has a problem with that. But that's sort of the nature of most trading rooms. Most trading rooms are, you know, people are basically passive and are just kind of listening, not just to myself, but to the you know other or reading posts about potential trades and all that, and they're trying to absorb and learn. But if you have an idea, You can absolutely, there's no click here, okay? There's no click. And you know who I'm addressing if you can hear me. There's no click in this room. There's no favoritism. I mean, we have people who are helpful to me because they're posting. But other than that, I mean, there's no favoritism. And if I see somebody who's made a nice call, sure, I'll say nice call. So if you can hear me and you know who you are, I see your name in there. If you can hear me, I mean, that is my response to you. I'm sorry you feel that way if you can hear me, but there is no click. Yeah, it's really impossible to know, Joel. The average professional, I mean, it's impossible to know. I mean, first of all, I mean, unless it can be verified by, somebody's brokerage account, you can't believe anything you read. Okay, I'll tell you who it is. It's you, Ija. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. All right, guys, things have really slowed down now. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Again, the Pac B is very interesting. It is now, a little bit above that 200-day moving average, the Pac B, PACB, a little bit above the 200-day moving average. When you look left, of course, it's got some room. Well, it's again, Joe, it's impossible. I mean, it all depends on how disciplined you are. I mean, of course, it's possible. I mean, it's possible. You could put any percentage there. I want to make 20% every day or 2%. It's possible. All depends on your discipline, your setup, your style of trading. Are you obeying stops? So I mean, it's realistic, 5 to 10% a day. I don't care what you're starting out with, whether it's 300K or 1,000 a K. I mean, that's aggressive. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it all depends on your makeup, really. I lag. Well, again, what I see, you know what, I might have to turf my mouse, guys. I'm not sure if it is coming to the end. I have another mouse ready. Just give me a moment. So I lag. The next high looking left is 298. So, that kind of stopped it, didn't it? In fact, I did see this one this morning because I guess that's why I put a price alert here, right up around 3. So, I mean, right now, it's a low float. This was one of those ones that went up really for no reason. I don't know. I can't even remember if there was a press release or anything. Got up to 12 that day and closed down here. And since then, it's just been steadily down. So, I mean, if you're asking me as a swing, no. I mean, this has got nothing in it that I would like. If you're asking me for as a day trade, it would have to get back up to that 3 level. And maybe if it pops through that, because the next high is 326. I just don't see enough in this for me. The VWAP is 285. Oh, so you're looking to short it. Yeah, it is shortable for me too. Yeah, you're right. Well, listen, on a short, I probably, there are a couple of bottoming tails there. 272, and you're right, there's the VWAP at 285. I probably, if somebody said, well, you're going to have to short this, I would wait for it to break those three bottoming tails right there on the 15-minute chart, if you can see, which is 272. Again, understand this is not investment advice, but to me, that's where, it tested those levels three times right to the penny. So I guess if I took that out, and I guess that's why I actually have a price alert down here. But yeah, because if it took that out at 278, then, 246 is the next low looking left. So it could be, that's what I see anyway. Boy, was I ever wrong about Ari? This is one that I really wanted to short earlier. And look at this run it had. This was an all-time low down here, and it just rebounded off that all-time low. All right, guys. Yeah. So Ari, well, I mean, maybe this is getting shortable here. What's the high over here is 1514. The high over here is 1491. So, we're getting into a territory where maybe it starts to come back, but the market's, it's basically kind of traded with the market, but though it did not have any sort of a pullback like the market did. I mean, that's the minor pullback. That's when the SPY started dropping. Oh, all right, guys. Yeah, I didn't want to say it quite like that, Shady, because I guess anything is possible, but it is not it is not reasonable. You're right. Anything is possible, but all right. Let's revisit Pac B and see whether or not it is still hanging around that 200-day moving average, which it is. Pac B is still hanging around, over the VWAP 721. Now, as Steve would say, though it would have to take down the 200-day moving average, let's see if that SMA can catch up. The 8 EMA and the S10 SMA can catch up to it and maybe hold it there, as well as the 200-day moving average holding it over. So what I'm going to do now is, now listen, this BCTY may get going. I mean, it's just been doing nothing for, it seems like, hours after that initial flurry from 95 cents all the way up to 129. It's been doing nothing for a while now. Where could it go if it could take out the highs? That's the issue, though. 129 is the high, and the next high looking left is, I'm trying to eyeball this on my daily chart. Looks like it's about 134. I mean, I suppose there's a could get to that 150 level, I suppose, if some volume comes in. But again, volume tells the tale. I mean, look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. Look how it's just completely gone away. This is dissipated. I mean, we had the big volume spike there, and then after that, it has just gone away. So there's no interest, no enthusiasm. That's why I'll never anticipate that something like this is going to break. There's no point in doing it. So let's take a look at some of the other ones that were on the list. Lithium or Snow Lake, LITM. No, again, I just think it's coming at 3 level, could really stall it. So, it's just not that much that interesting to me because of, all the stuff I see on the left. Yeah, Michael, and our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean the 20-day or the 20. Are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about on a daily chart. Yeah, I don't have the 20. I have the 200. I don't have the 20 moving average, simple moving average on my daily chart. I only have the 200. Peggy certainly was active earlier. Let's take a look at Peggy though. PEGY. I mean, again, as Steve would say, right now you'd maybe want to wait for a pullback to that 8 EMA. I mean, it's not that far away, or that 10 SMA. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I mean, Peggy had obviously a huge pre-market lift up to that 573 mark. It did take out 585. So, when I'm looking left, what am I seeing? So the next high is 675. I mean, anything's possible, but I you know, probably wait for a little more of a pullback. I mean, you've got two bottoming tails there on the 15. So again, the sellers have been trying to knock it down a little bit. You've got that topping tail right up there that's looming above it. So to me, there's not a huge edge in this one. Obviously went on a tremendous run from 84 cents all the way up to 756. Did have a one pullback. I'm not even sure I ever saw any news on this. And again, take a look at the VWAP, 537, so it's above the VWAP. There is no 200 days, so I guess it's not been trading for 200 trading days. Frog. What the heck is Frog doing? So the market continues to surge here, guys. So what I'm kind of waiting on, and there's Shady's MVST still, hasn't made a move yet. Boy, it's just been stalling right around this level. What I'm kind of waiting on is to see whether or not we get something out of nowhere. Okay, that's the interesting thing about this particular one anyway. This biggest gainers from the open, something that we haven't even, certainly has not won a race, and haven't even seen it, drifting up and down at all. And all of a sudden, some stock comes from out of nowhere, and we'll see it. So I'm just kind of waiting to see if we get something like that. It's 135 now. I mean, we're getting close to the end of the week. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm just answering a question here. Right back. Wow, guys. Okay, well, this is maybe turning into a typical Friday afternoon, but just not. Okay, what's this KPRX? What are you doing? Okay. A little bit of a pop here. What's the next high looking left is 760. So guys, there's some room, but it's so extended, topping tail, bottoming tail. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence, but I mean, at least there is a little bit of room. 760. It's a matter of, where do you get in? It's just hard because of the topping tail and the bottoming tail, the uncertainty, not a lot of volume. And again, it's one of these very, very low flow situations. So you'd have to be really careful. I'm just pointing out, I hate to even call that an opportunity, but, some of you look at it, will look at this and go, okay, I understand the risk and maybe I take it. I don't know where I'm going to put my stop, but but you can see kind of what's happening. The volume is starting to come in out of nowhere, but because of that float, the rug can get pulled so quickly also. Well, all we can say is the market is still surging higher here. I remember when I was on my break, I think I took a look at the change from the open, sectors change from the open, and now everything should be wildly positive. Let's see if there's any negative sector. Doubt it. No, nothing, even dividend, even utilities. So, I mean, look at this. Would it change from if you were looking at this 10 minutes before the market opened? The only positive sector was the energy sector. Everything else was either negative or, 50-50. But look what has changed. So, I mean, this is a sort of thing that, if you wanted to, you don't have to have a giant screen like this, but if you're, interested in when you're taking a trade to see whether or not how is your sector? Now, these are the major sectors, okay? How is your sector doing? So you could always, just shrink this all the way down. See if I can do that. And if I just wanted the sectors, I would get rid of the charts. So you could have something like this. At least it gives you an idea on the percentages, what is happening. You don't even need to see the stocks. It's not a matter about seeing the stocks. So for instance, if you wanted to, get into an energy play, and I don't mean it has to be one of these stocks that make up XLE, but if you wanted to get into an energy play, at least you know that the major sector is on your side right now. All right, guys. Well, I know I have another hour and 15 until I kind of put myself on mute, but if there are any questions, fire away. How's the Peggy doing? Yeah, so look at the Peggy drop now, okay? Now, coming into that 200, sorry, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. Yeah, let's see if it holds it. If it doesn't hold it, then, that is kind of a lost attempt to try to go long if it doesn't hold it. And it's approaching the VWAP also. 538 is the VWAP. So in fact, that's what it got down to. 539, it got right to the VWAP. Okay, so maybe, I mean, if that's the type of trader you are, you're looking at that and thinking, okay, the VWAP has held so far. Oh, so you take this trade at 544 and you put your stop at the VWAP. It's a tight stop, but you'll know very quickly whether or not the trade is going to work. Okay, I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Well, let's just do it for fun, okay? We'll just take that. We'll just do it. Where is Peggy? Can I find Peggy anywhere, or do I have to type it in? Oops. Right. Not in the simulator. All right. So let's just take the trade. Okay. And then we put our stop a little bit below the VWAP, say let's put 536. No, I didn't do any money management on this. Okay. I just wanted to show you what you can do, how you can practice something like that and see what happens. Okay. I think why not? That's why we have a simulator. The solar play may work better. Run. Let's take a look at run from Michael in the YouTube room. Well, I mean, you're trying to, play you're trying to bottom fish, aren't you, on this? I mean, solars have been disarray for weeks now. 39, high of 40, basically cut in half. I mean, maybe it's down to bottom, but I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced. What is TAN doing? Let's take a look at TAN, the ETF for solar. I mean, try to put in a little bottom here, maybe, but what's First Solar doing? No, like First Solar, as at least it's had a nice little run now, but I mean, it's not been stellar. 144 down to 116 is trying to come back a little bit, but yeah, maybe run. I mean, but I don't see the urgency to take it, in my opinion. So this is an interesting one, perhaps, is VRE. I know it's in the AI also. The alert was at 1482. It's sitting just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So there is that. They had some news. I think that is it Kushner's company confirming Kushner's hostile buyout at 20. So this is, potentially a buyout. So I wouldn't be touching it, to be honest, because you never know which way that can go. Yeah, goodbye finger. This is the first time I've had to do my reset. Well, and that's why we were going to wait to see if it took out 750. So there you go, guys. That's why, you just wait. Don't anticipate. In my opinion, don't anticipate. Wait. Put your price alert in, and it saves you a lot of grief. Okay, new journey. You fixed the. How did you do it? I know I didn't help you. But what was going on? Yeah, well, I mean, you've got room, obviously, still. 19 is the next high looking left. All right. So here's the Peggy right here. I mean, nothing fabulous, but you know what? If I had taken this trade for real, I would have been saying, okay, I got to take some profit almost immediately. I can't trust anything happening in this market. Um, so getting in at 547, and it got up to what, 557. So there's a dime. Not saying you could have got out right at the top here, but with a 9 cent stop. So in theory, you've got to have an expectation of 22 cents because the entry was 47. Your stop is at 36. So that is 11 cents away. So in theory, if we were doing this for real, you'd want to have a reasonable expectation that you could make 22 cents. That means 569. In other words, a one for two. The exchange agreement. Well, that means you haven't had anything. That's why I asked, did you have well, you probably had a green ball. That means you haven't had anything since the test drive. If you're in this test drive, since this test drive started. Well, I'm glad you're able to laugh it off rather than be ticked off because you've kind of missed the first week of it. But RBCN. Whoa, look at Rubicon. Oh, I mean, up and down, up and down. 1.2 million in the float, guys. I'm still interested, believe it or not, in the Ampex. Okay, my idea is that if it can get back over 12 later on, it might get traders interested in it again. So I'm just going to reset my alerts and go to my price alerts window so I can get rid of them all, the other ones that are on the chart. So obviously those two IPOs did not open today. Okay, so new journey. Now that you're sort of have an active, so are you talking about scan? So I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. I still have a hard time adjusting the scan size. Mine are too wide and they overlap. So are you're talking about in your scans? Have you created something? Any scans and they're free floating? If you can hear me, are they free floating? Like is a free floating window, of course. Because I mean, as I was trying to point out earlier, you can make them as big, long as you want, as short as you want, as tall as you want, just by, and then you just arrange them where you want them to be on your monitor. And again, all you have to do is get your pointer, and when it changes to that left right icon, then you left click and it holds it, and then you just stretch it. Or up here, you'll get the up and down arrow. You just once that happens, just left click on your mouse, and then now you just grab it and move it wherever you want, or size it however you want. And they shouldn't overlap. I mean, again, if it's a free floating window, just unoverlap it. Just make sure there's a space. Okay, guys. So look, I mean, I don't know where this Peggy's going, but I just demonstrated, for those of you just starting out, or even if you're not starting out, but a simple, I'll call it a strategy, with the PEGY. It looked like it got down to the VWAP. It looked like it held. It moved a little higher. So take the trade and put your stop. Basically, I mean, I put it a couple of pennies under the VWAP and see what happens. I mean, I don't know how much further this is going, but and if you want to find stocks that are near the VWAP, see if I still have that top list. No, I don't have. Well, is there any interest in my creating a top list that will show you stocks near the VWAP? If there is, I'll do it. Yes, okay. Well, I say I'll just need one person. All right, let's do it right from scratch. So new top list window, top list window. People used to think I said a topless window. Top list window. I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, now nothing. So before we look at the VWAP, let's put some other filters in though, okay? Because we don't want to be overloaded. I'm going to put price from 1 to 50. You know, of course, this is all adjustable by yourselves. Let's get a volume today of, 300,000. Okay. And that will be it to start. Now, search VWAP. Distance from the VWAP. So that is today's VWAP, the one. Okay, just I'm going to do something off camera. Okay, just wanted to make sure I did it right. Okay, so what I did was the distance from the VWAP. Okay, so in the min box, I put -1, and in the max box, I put 1. So when you click on summary, this is what you're going to see. The price is no more than 1% above the VWAP, and the price is no more than 1% below the VWAP. Now, you can adjust this, of course. I mean, if you're not getting any alerts or you're getting too many, you can tighten it or you can widen it. But this is the idea, okay? So let's just see what happens when we do this. This is very basic right now. So I will call this close to VWAP. Okay, close to VWAP. And the other thing I didn't do was to add some columns. So obviously we want the price, we want the volume, just to show you. Distance from the VWAP, that's going to tell me exactly where it is. So we'll start with that. Okay, okay. So here we go. So let's hopefully this is right. Here we go. So I mean, I'm just clicking on, so the VWAP, it says 0. So that would mean it should be right at the VWAP, which it is, TMKR. I'm not saying this is great. I'm just showing you though. There's the VWAP at 10:03. There's the price at 10:03. Let's take another one that might. Okay. So there is DTP 49.20. The VWAP's at 48.95. So that's within 1% on the upside of the VWAP. Okay. You can see right there, it's at within 0.5 on the upside. As an example, that's just something very simple. So if you're looking for stocks that are near the VWAP, you can use something like this. And of course, you can adjust it. Maybe you want, something with higher relative volume and other things. You can add some filters. Maybe you want a, higher volume. It's up to you. But at least this will show you stocks that are right near the VWAP. Okay, so here, that is the cloud link for it. Take a look at some other ones here. Anything of interest there? Well, there's Hawaiian Airlines, which has been super active. So this is like 0.8% below now the VWAP. Okay, there's the VWAP at 1571. So that is, almost not quite 1% below the VWAP. So you might look at that and go, you know what? Below the VWAP, why don't I take it and take the short and put my stop at the VWAP? I mean, just let's do it. Hmm. Oh, I see what's happened. Here we go. So let's do it. Let's just take the short 400 shares. Go in at 1552. Send it, and we put the stop 1571. So let's put just a little bit above the VWAP. Sorry about that. I went long. I'm just going to flatten it. I should have you click the sell button. Okay, sell, send. Okay, so now we're in a short entry at 547. I'm sorry, 1553. So now we put our stop, no, near the VWAP, 1571. I mean, let's put it at 1573. Give it a little bit of wiggle room. Add the stop. There we go. So, I mean, in theory, you could take something like this, and if you want to, if you're a VWAP type player, you could just look at something like this all day long. I would tighten it up, maybe not have quite as many, and just play stocks around the VWAP, either on the long side or the short side. I'm actually surprised how many we got within 1% upside or downside. And this, of course, being a top list, it'll update, automatically. So this will not be a stagnant. Some stocks will, move outside the 1% and will drop from the list. Other stocks maybe come into that, 1%. And of course, if you just wanted to see stocks above the VWAP, you could adjust it that way, like 1% above, but not below, or vice versa, below the VWAP, but not above. Still eyeballing that AMPX, guys, maybe for a late dayer, 2 o'clock now. Checking to see if anything is coming in. Give me a moment as I resize this window. Yeah, it's starting to inch its way up. That BTCY. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:10. I'm just going to put myself on mute till about 2:15. I'll be right back though after that. Oops, 2:15. All right, guys. Yeah, the problem I'm seeing with that VWAP is that so many of them are, a lot of them are these SPACs. So if you see something around $10, I would just disregard it. No, there I'm doing it. I'm looking at, yeah, these are just SPACs, acquisition corporations. So anything around $10, I would disregard if you're looking for these VWAP ideas. Sort of an interesting concept, guys, just to do something like this. I mean, now I can't remember. I know we used to be able to. I know you can put the VWAP on the chart, but I don't know if it's. I tried to do that a long time ago, and it just didn't look right. But it doesn't really matter because I mean, you're clicking on this, and you know it's going to be close to the VWAP. Let me just see if I can put the VWAP on the chart if it makes any sense. Okay, so let's pick a color here. Oops. Okay, so it's blue. Let's put this little pinkish thing. Okay, let's see if that makes any sense whatsoever. Oh, I guess it's must have been cured. I remember it really looking weird on the charts when we first introduced, any indicators at all. But I guess you can. I mean, I'm looking here, 360, 368.87, 368.59. I mean, I'm just eyeballing this, so that does look like the VWAP. So let me add the VWAP here on the 15-minute chart. And we'll make it that, whoops, that, ugh, I've got something open. Just give me a moment. Oh, it's up here. It was hidden behind, the palette was hidden behind this. I couldn't see it. Okay. All right. Well, now we've got the VWAP on the charts. Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty good. 1571. I'm just trying to eyeball it. So yeah, that I don't want to have too much on my charts though, but So you can add the VWAP to the charts. It appears. I remember when we first had it, it was all, it was very messy. Something was wrong, but I guess it's okay now. That's months and months and months ago. So I haven't really tried. Yeah, I'd be waiting for, personally, if I'm going to do it again, it'll be a break at 12, personally. I mean, it may not happen, right? I mean, I know what you're looking at. You're looking at this area right here, these topping tails, but I just think even if it broke that, it could easily stall at 12. So, but it may not happen. I mean, it may be done. Not shortable for me. That's me. That's me, Cam, as you know. Did it execute? Well, I put it in the yeah. I mean, I put it in. I mean, it took the trade to short it at 1553. If that's what you mean, you can see it on the screen. Get rid of that. This could have a big collapse if it can get through that 1550 mark. This is ugly. Again, this is in the simulator. I'm just going to flatten it, get out of that thing. This BTCY. This is just, to me, it's just ugly. Now, had I been paying, in the simulator, probably would have, not let it go negative on me. It popped up to 134. But this is just a messy looking chart right now. Okay, guys. Again, things have really, really slowed down. Not seeing anything new popping up here. How'd that pack B end up doing? Yeah, see, just hanging in there, not doing much. Let's see that. Yeah, I'm going to say that this is actually on the chart now. The VWAP is actually pretty accurate. 729, it looks like, and there it is, 729 in the VWAP. So yeah, the market is. I'm not seeing too many things moving. Again, you can just tell by these percentages. You can't even see the percent over here, but just by some of these percentages, just nothing is really, really shaking out. Oh, no, Shady, I don't know if you're still in this one, but MVST through the VWAP. I'm going to have the VWAP right on the chart. Through the VWAP. Netflix is in. Andy did well, he doesn't normally do this sort of stuff. Andy at Trade Ideas. He actually bought it ahead of earnings, just before earnings. And he was rewarded. I never do that, but that was it. So he bought it and he is swinging it. And we're talking about Netflix here through the 200-day. Boy, I mean, look at this potential gap fill. 351. I mean, we're not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, that is a massive void here, guys. 38 seconds. Okay. Well, guys, 228. This is kind of biding my time. Xerox. What is Xerox doing? XRX? The other one that's just at the VWAP. Underneath, a little underneath the VWAP, underneath that 10 SMA and the 80 MA, maybe it's due for a drop. And that is Xerox, XRX. Be nice if it were that simple. Now here is a wild one, guys. I mean, look at Novavax, what it did early on, got up to 933, pulled all the way back down to 1772, and now it's on a mini rip. We're at the keep watching. Okay, guys. Well, the BCRX, I mean, this came from Zach's hand a long time ago in that 14 level. It is now through the 10 SMA. It is now through the 8 AMA. And it is now just a tad underneath the VWAP at 1395. Maybe this will get it. I mean, it's got, it's got some room down to 1373. That's where I would, to me, it doesn't have a ton of room. It's only 20 cents. But let's just do it. Let's take 400 shares in the simulator. Whoops. 400 shares. We're going to sell it at the market. And there's the VWAP at 1395. So let's put a stop at 14. We'll give it a little wiggle room. Oops. Okay, so there it is. So guys, I'm not really looking at money management at all right now, in terms of the number of shares I'm taking and how much you're going to risk. I'm just trying to demonstrate though how you can use the simulator to try things out. If this seemed to make sense to you to look at stocks that are underneath the VWAP and underneath these moving averages. So look at what happened with Peggy. Peggy got stopped out. Okay, I kept that stop in there. So at one point, we were up a little bit on the Peggy. At this point, no, we're not. Well, we're out. It automatically took me out of the trade, okay, because of the stop that was in place. So if you have discipline problems, you don't, I mean, if you have a broker outside of Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker has ways to put in stops, okay? Auto stops. I'm not talking about auto trading. I'm talking about, but if you have problems obeying your stop, you just won't do it. You always start second guessing. You can always, look exactly what happened here. It took me out of the trade with that auto stop in place. And you can do the same thing. Of course, you can do it in the simulator all the time. But if you have a broker outside of Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way to do that. And that's a great way, if you just seem to lack the discipline to obey your stops, takes all the emotion out of it. Yeah, the only thing, and I did talk to Steve about that. He wants to wait for the 15-minute candle to close, and there's no way I could do that. I mean, what if it turned into a giant? I'm just not Hawaiian Holdings necessarily, but what if you were in something that's a little bit volatile, and you're not going to exit the trade until it closes below that 10 SMA? I mean, I could never do that. I think there has to be some wiggle room because you can't let some giant 15-minute candle and knock you out of a trade with a huge loss. Yeah, the market is just even these ones that were really moving are just not moving at all. One way or the other. HA just not moving one way or the other. Michael, it might bounce. SPWR, it might. Shoot, I lost sight of AA. Well, I mean, it still needs to take out yesterday's high. Just looking here at 41.67. So yeah, it got up to 40. Well, actually did briefly, but it pulled back. I think if it takes out today's high, I mean, there's still some room. This could be, like a mini swing. If you like these, if it depends. I mean, look, the market is going to punish stocks like this, I guess, if I mean, but earnings are past, so you don't have to worry about earnings for Alcoa. I just have a tough time swinging anything. But I got to admit that swing for Andy on the Netflix is looking pretty awesome. because he would have been in at about 250, just before. Yeah, this is the day, the 18th. Yeah, so on this day right there, that red candle, okay, but it released after hours, so he would have got in probably right here around 250. And then he had the earnings pop, he held, and now it's moving, and now a bonus through the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, any questions to keep me alive here? I see a question. Trade ideas questions. Yeah, so if you want to get rid of them, I mean, the company thought that it would be a good idea to add. So first of all, if you want to get rid of them, Justine, you can click on that, click on the pencil. Okay, if you there's a little pencil there, if you click on the pencil, and notice I don't have them, but you can clear them from your list. So if you have Apple and Tesla and SPY or whatever, you can clear it and then close it. Okay. They did that because they thought they wanted to show, if you're, typically Tesla and Apple and those stocks don't move very much. So if you're looking for, so it was in relation to people who always want to follow those stocks. But if you want to follow fast moving stocks that actually do move some, so they put that in there as a comparison. I mean, obviously you don't want it, so get rid of it. Just to show you that, Apple or Tesla more than likely is never going to win a race. Okay. I mean, never even show up. I'm not saying never, I mean, Apple will have earnings next week and maybe, I think it's next week, right? 27th. Yeah. So next week. Well, let's take a look at MGNX. Well, I mean, depends what you think you can get out of it. I mean, there's a lot to me. There's resistance around 5. There's a high right there at 5. And then, in this area here, so between the current price and certainly 5, and then at 520, 510, 520, there's a lot to me of resistance. So it depends what you think you can make on a swing for this. Because if you are going to swing this, where are you going to put your stop? Okay. I mean, some will put the stop at the low of the day's candle. If you do that, then in my opinion, you don't have a reasonable expectation of getting through this. That could stall it. So your risk reward is not there, in my opinion, for MGNX. Now, I mean, if you think it can cruise through this and, start to make its way up here, fine. But, that's not the way I think. Because again, if you were going to swing this MGNX, where are you going to put your stop? Like if it doesn't work, where are you getting out of the trade? Obviously, it has to be further away than, the intraday stuff that's going on. And then the other one, the Pac B, some might say that it's a little extended, Now, granted, I mean, well, it's extended on the daily, on the 15, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's through the 200-day, 753. Again, where are you going to put your stop? If you swung this one, where would you put your stop? I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but where would you put your stop if you were going to swing this pack B? Because I mean, a lot of people will at least put the stop at the low of the day. So again, that means that if you took the trade right now, you're looking at an 80-cent stop. So do you have a realistic expectation of making it $1.60, double your stop, which would mean what? 920. Okay. So let's take a look at 920. Well, I mean, way up here, obviously, if it really gets going, and if you don't think some of these little areas could stall it, but there's the next, I mean, those two highs right there are, almost at a 1 for 2 if you took the trade right now and you put a stop at the low of the day. Now, I'm not saying that's what you should do, but that's the thought process. I mean, where are you going to put your stop on a swing on a swing trade like that? Yeah, Cam, don't look good for AMPX. It doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, this looks like this is really starting to give it up. Now, we've been surprised before on this one. If the volume comes in and just scoots right up through 12, it could really get going again. But right now, doesn't look that promising. In strategy trades, all place auto short and long orders for IB. Yeah, I mean, if you have a long strategy or a short strategy. Now, I understand, Michael. I don't auto trade, never will auto trade. But if you have a short strategy, these are short strategies, the ones that say yes. These are the long ones. These are the default ones. Okay. But yeah, I mean, if you have your own short strategy and your own long strategy, and you want to auto trade, I don't agree. But if you want to auto trade, yeah, you can do it. Now, the only thing about shorting is that you know because it's amazing how many times we get the question, how come my short didn't execute? And not realizing that, for instance, Interactive Brokers didn't have shorts available, as an example. So that would be one reason why a short would not take place. The other reason why it may not take place is it depends on the uptick rule. So if the stock is down more than 10%, and or it was down 10% the day before, and it's still down 10% today, the uptick rule can be in effect, and so you may not get a fill where you want. Does all that make sense? But the short answer is yes. It can place auto short and long orders. Yes. The short answer is yes. Okay. Does that answer your question? Oh, you were talking about the AI though, weren't you? You were talking about the AI strategy trades all. Well, if it's a short, if it'll execute it. Again, I don't agree with auto trading, but I can't stop you from doing it. But yeah, I mean, if it's a short, it'll do it. If it's, there are two shorts right there. Assuming, interactive brokers had shorts available. In this case, I had a lot of shorts available, 2.9 million. So that wasn't an issue. STT as what 10 million. So yeah, in this case, the only issue is I don't know. This was probably down more than 10%, so there may have been a delay. Personally, the reason I don't auto trade is because if I get an alert, I always want to be able to check. I want to click on the alert. I want to check the chart. I want to maybe check to see what the market's doing, and then I can make up my mind. Now, some might say, yeah, but what if the stock moves? Now, if it's an incredibly fast mover, typically we don't have these in the AI, but I'm not going to get hung up if the entry, the alert came at 39.26 and I did a little bit of scouting and now it's at 39.20 or 39.18. I'm not going to get too bent out of shape because these are not designed for scalps, if that makes sense. So I always will have a look to see what's happening because, the system doesn't necessarily know where the 200-day moving average is, as an example. Okay. So it doesn't know. And what if the 200-day was right underneath that price, as an example? Okay. Also, even though a lot of these strategies will have some kind of a spy component in there. So at least they used to. I haven't checked these strategies for a long time. But in order to go short, well, let me see if that makes sense even. 945. Yeah, in order to go short, the market shouldn't, in theory, be moving higher. In theory. But I'm looking here, 945, the market was moving higher. So I guess that destroys that theory. Okay. But again, that's another thing. I've been watching. What's the market doing? Do I want to go short on something when the market is surging higher? I don't care what the AI is telling me. Okay. So that's why I will never auto trade. I will always take, a few seconds just to do some quick checking, and then I make up my mind if I'm going to take the trade. Yeah, I mean, people taking premium or premium service, the main reason is for the AI. I mean, there are some other differences. I mean, if you were a person who really wants to create their own strategies and then back test them to see how well they would work, you would need our premium service, for the back tester. If it was back test strategy, you would need our premium service. Most of our customers don't do that. Oh man. Hey Ron, are you in the room? And you know who I'm talking to. If you're in the room, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you directly. If you are in this room, if you can hear me, I'll talk to you directly. Brief. Just give me a moment, guys. I've actually got my blood boiling a little bit. Okay, guys. What's the time? 2:54. All right. Oh, I'd love to tell you what's going on, but I don't know if he's in the room or not. But if you're in the room, I have no problem talking to you directly, Ron. If you're in this room, I have no problem whatsoever. I see your name is there somewhere, but I have no problem. You know, you can be a man and talk to me right now. Post. Guys, I'm fed up being a polite Canadian. All right, guys. Hey, look at Ampex. Maybe, just maybe, can't lose sight of it, guys. Maybe that 12 level, maybe it'll take it out. USEA from Zach. Let's take a look at this one. USEA. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:57. So I think what I'll do is I'll put myself on mute and you can, I'm still here. If you have any questions, please fire away. I'll just hop right back on the mic, okay? I'm not going anywhere. And I'll get on the mic if I see something interesting, but I'll just put myself on mute now. Okay. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute now. Again, I'll hop back right back on the mic if there are some questions, okay? All right, guys, for you late dayers, I mean, Silo is sort of interesting. It's at the high, well, it just went mildly positive. And of course, the reason it's mildly interesting is that it hit 5 yesterday, so it's got some room. It sold off early and is trying to come back. But 1.73, don't ruin your day. Don't ruin your day or your week. In fact, I'm going to forget about it. I didn't realize the volume was so low, 130,000. So I was thinking, I didn't realize it was that low. So I would forget about it. Back on mute. I remember Hootie, Zach. Remember Hootie in the old days? HUDI is just halted. HUDI just got halted. Remember this one when it was trading like crazy. Let's bring back a monthly chart. Yeah, remember these days? Actually, it's trading like crazy this month. Who knew? What? All-time high now? Yeah, this is an all-time high right now for Hootie. I haven't seen this one for so long. What's the volume like? That's why the volume is nothing. But these days, this was an absolutely crazy one. Coming off 4 and getting up to about 22 and then 35, and really did nothing over the last few months. But again, the volume is so light. Anyway, just thought I'd pop in and mention a blast from the past. Ah, I see what you're talking about with the TC. Yeah, it's too spready. 752, 767 right now. Was that halted? It wasn't halted either. Well, this could be interesting next week. I got the monthly, excuse me, the monthly chart up. Let me get back to my daily chart. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen, you know what? I don't think I've seen this one. The reason being is that the volume is usually really low. Most of my scans, are at least, well, I think this one might, this is 200,000, but it's just now making 200,000. So, hmm, yeah, I have not seen this one at all. And, you look at the volume, first day of its move was 151,000. Yesterday it was what, 320? What do they do? Oh, is this a, oh no, it's not a SPAC. Yeah, it got halted immediately. The reason it's not showing up, sometimes sorry, I'm just going to bring my halts resumes. The reason it's not showing up is sometimes if a stock gets out of the halt and then it immediately pops, it doesn't pick up the halt. But I mean, we know it's halted. I mean, you just have to look. You just have to look and it's not trading anymore. So we know it's not like it's a surprise. But yeah, that happens every now and then when a stock comes out of the halt and the first print is just like insane. And so I guess it's too quick for this scan to pick it up. That's the only thing I can think of. Happens not often, but every now and then. But it is halted again, yes. Hey, out of nowhere, guys. But this will never show up here because it's only 47,000 shares. So I have a minimum of 200,000 shares in here. So 50 cents a share to borrow. Well, let's take a look at a little bit of fun to end the week. There is the bid ask, or sorry, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt at 53. There is the potential open. Another one, excuse me, another one of these crazy China stocks that can do this. Now, will it be a 10-minute halt? I mean, it was a 5-minute halt, 310. Time is it now? 320. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will be at 320 plus 47 seconds. So a little more than a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. So for fun, I'll just keep it on the chart and see if it does open. Actually, I'll keep this up here too. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Isn't that just the second halt? I thought it was the second halt. We're not seeing, I think that was I think that was the first halt. It resumed and it got halted immediately. So I thought that was just the second halt. We don't see it here, but All right, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be in 20 seconds, a little less than 20 seconds. Look at this potential open. Ah, just crazy, guys. All right, in seven, sorry, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. And very anticlimactic. So this is going to be probably a 10-minute halt then. Okay. If it's not 5, typically there are multiples of 5. So this could open at, well, again, we don't have the actual halt price or halt time. So, but it would probably so close after that 3:15. Anybody know? Oh, is it 1 minute left? Okay. So, oh, there you go. Thank you. So let's see what happened. I forgot it. We didn't have the actual halt price. Look at this, guys. Okay. All in. Kidding. Kidding, kidding, kidding. And it just got halted again. Just got halted again. Again, it's not showing up. I'm not sure why that one didn't, but I'm not gonna worry about it, but it just got halted again. So yeah, I mean, if you saw this thing moving here and said, okay, I'll take 100 shares, 50 shares. Well, yeah, unless you can see that it's a news halt. But if it's still branded as a volatility halt, well, let's just stick this up here anyway and see what happens. So here are our projected opens. Look at this market, guys. Man, what a surge. It didn't look good for a while. Remember when this at 10:15 when we had that red bar and then we had another one and another one, we thought, oh, okay, I guess that's it. But man, the market just said nope. And from 366, it's almost been straight up. Yeah, the volume, Michael. Yeah, I mean the volume is so low. That's why this is insanely crazy and scary. The volume is so low for a move like this. But the float, for $60 stock, 3 million in the float is very low also. This is just entertainment right now, guys. End the week, a little bit of entertainment. That's all I'm doing. All right, guys. Well, just out of interest of entertainment, I'll keep the room open until this opens. Normally, I would be shutting the room down right now. But what I will do, Chris will be in our YouTube room very soon. Oh, China. Okay, I see you. No, this is Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers China. This is just time and sales. Interactive Brokers. It has nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker will have something similar. Has to. All right, just give me a moment as I get my script together. And here is the YouTube link. Chris will be there pretty soon. I'm going to hang around though until this opens, just for fun. Wow, look at this, 64, 64. I mean, that's not written in stone, but I mean, it's well, that got interesting. Mr. Varley, I hear the little ping. So, wow, there it goes.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at HUDI, Chris.
I'm guessing it's under $2, yes?
One of those crazy, crazy China low float.
Oh, whoa, yeah, holy cow.
Whoa. Oh, whoa, yeah. Oh,
but
whoa.
only 68,000 shares traded on it.
Exactly, only 68,000 shares.
and a $5 spread.
Yeah. Halted about 4 times now.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, that got it. At least it was a little bit of fun and entertainment to end the week in the room.
No, it's been kind of a boring afternoon. I was listening in on the traders room for a while there, and the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. Is there anything that's going to pop up on the race that's really going to get our juices flowing into the close here? And well, not really.
Not really, no. Yeah, because even this hoodie would not have shown up because of the volume for me anyway.
Yeah, same here. That's why
shares,
I was like, why isn't all my races? And then when I saw 60,000 shares traded, I said, well, it's got about 200,000 shares to go before it'll pop up on my race.
Yeah, by that time it'll be back to 30.
Yeah, exactly.
We laugh, but it probably will be.
No, that's I believe it. Well, listen, seen stranger things, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Well,
so, guys, just give me a moment.
You got it.
Okay, guys, so I'm out of here in the main room. Okay, so have a great, well, in fact, I'll shut it down right now. Just give me a moment, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get my script together, as I say. There we go. Okay, guys, thank you in the main room for all of the help all week. We're very much appreciated. Have a great weekend, and I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. So I hope to see you then. Bye-bye. So the main room is now shut. And I put the YouTube link in, so you'll get some people coming over there from the main room, I hope.
Excelente, and another week in the books.
Another week in the books, yes.
Well, my friend, I'm hoping you have at least half as good a day as we have over here. It is gorgeous out.
You know, Chris, we finally had a little drizzle. Vancouver, and doesn't rain. Well, it rains a lot once we get in our rainy season.
Yeah.
We've sort of had a drought now for about 3 months. We had a little sprinkle of rain this morning, but now the sun is coming out again. So there you go.
Take advantage.
Take advantage of it, exactly. Because once it starts, it stays for months.
That's it right there. Exactly. Yeah. So
not downpours every day, just kind of misty. That's all. But it's it keeps the skin as we say, youthful. The mist. Anyway. Well, Chris, have a great. Try to relax, okay, over the weekend a little bit if you can, and take it easy. I think I saw that you've got some baseball games to go to, so
yes, indeed, that is correct. We've got softball games and then a surprise. We're going to the Yankees playoff game. Hopefully they can turn it around here. So
wow, how'd you get tickets?
I used to go to lots and lots and lots of games years ago, and the ticket office reached out and asked me why I stopped going, and I said because I got divorced. And they were like, "Was there anything we could do to get you back in?" I said, "Can you give me a discount on tickets?" And they said, "Sure." And they gave me a discount on a bunch of tickets this summer, and then they reached back out for the playoffs, and I was like, "All right, well, if you can do something nice for the playoffs, I'll come to a game. So they reached out and had a nice ticket sale for me and my daughter to go. So I'm going to surprise her. She doesn't know we're going for Sunday night baseball in the Bronx.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, fantastic.
Now,
well, have a great time.
Win.
Yeah, I just need a win. I'll be cheering for you. That's tomorrow night you're going?
Sunday night.
Sunday night, okay.
Yep, Sunday night.
Oh, that's right. It's a day off today, right? Yeah.
That's correct. So they're back in the Bronx. They're in the Bronx tomorrow and then again Sunday. And if they don't win at least one of those games, well, that's it for the Yankee season. But that'll be good experience anyways.
The Bronx Bombers will be no more.
That's it. And I will keep
Chris,
no more, Barry.
Have a great time.
Off to your weekend. You too. Take care, Barry. I'll see you Monday.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
All righty, everybody. So Barry makes his way out for the weekend, although he never wanders that far. We always run into each other in our Slack chat over the weekend. But with that said, here we are, Friday, and what a Friday, what a turnaround. The reason why I always say I don't get paid for my opinion is because I don't get paid for my opinion, right? I get paid to react to charts and trade the charts that I see. And the reason why I've been, so up in the air with the markets is because the market's been so up in the air. And I want to illustrate something here that I noticed today. And I actually only noticed this because Barry, when I was in the room earlier, talked about, checking the sector list and how everything would probably be green. And he said even utilities were green. And I said, gee, the utilities completely fell apart a few weeks ago or a month ago, whatever it was. And I want to look at something. So let me do that first. And then I'm going to get to me being very wrong on my bullishness. So we've got a SPY up here like this, right? And the XLU is the utilities. And what I want to show here is this. Okay, well, first I'll also have to get a drawing tool. Bear with me, folks. I was ill-prepared for this. Just kind of popped up to me. All right. We see here in September, the utilities really start to tank. And the SPY all of a sudden starts to put in a base. So in the utilities, they really gave it up. But now we've done this in the SPY, but only this in the utilities. The SPY, a much broader looking diagonal base moving up out of that. And to illustrate this in another way, look at the XLU here. We really came undone on the XLU. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is utilities are generally a flight to safety. Most utilities pay a decent dividend, and they're not as volatile on price action as most of your other stocks. They're low beta stock, all those kinds of things in a bear market that you're trying to find because managers have to put money to work. They can't just sit on the sidelines all the time. If there's one advantage that retail traders have, it's that they can sit on the sidelines and sit things out. And they don't have to be participators of the chop. We had this wonderful, wonderful trend that was going on for, a long time here. And all of a sudden, this just broke really hard. And now the SPY looks like it may, at least for now, put in a base. And we might get a nice little rally here. Now, is this the start of a bull market? No, absolutely not. Well, let me rephrase that. We won't know until hindsight, till months and months back. That, we'll have to look way back to have any idea if this is the start of a new bull market. But it doesn't mean we can't have a really nice bull run like this, right? And for anybody that's been waiting for this opportunity, perhaps it's presenting itself now. Chance favors the prepared mind, all those things like that. But it's been a while since we had a really, really, really nice rally, all the way back off those June lows. So we're talking, 1, 2, 3, 4 months since we've seen a real rally. And, it wouldn't be surprising if we rallied up to maybe 400 or something like that. We'll see what happens from there. But I got to say, I got pretty bearish over the last week or so. I did not see this going on. And I thought, all right, well, we had that, but then this happened. yeah, that was some kind of strength, but then we start to play this gap up and then start to give it up day and fill this gap in. But what if we're just kind of building on this? And yes, we filled this gap to here, and now we come off that. And as I mentioned a couple of days ago, I felt like filling that gap was a big deal. So now I'm kind of on the I was very wrong part. Let's see where that lands. If I got it accurate here on the 15-minute chart. Close. None of that here. So perhaps this gives us a base to build off of and at least make a bull run in a bear market. And it could become a bull run into a new bull market. Again, hindsight's going to be 2020. We won't know. I'm sure there's going to be people calling a bottom here. And if we hit a new bull market, they'll have absolutely been right. But, it's a fool's game trying to call and pick bottoms. Try to find trends and trade those trends, right? And try to identify the change in a trend as early as possible. So perhaps that's what we have, or at least a short-term change in trend. And that would certainly be nice. The way it works is primary trends and secondary trends. So right now our primary trend is down, but we saw a secondary trend that lasted a couple of months, right? And perhaps we could see another secondary trend that lasts a couple of months. And then perhaps that becomes a new primary trend that moves. All things that are within the realm of possibility. It certainly energizes me when we start to see nicer sets of green days like this. And obviously, the market has really, really made a great move here. With some work to be done still, of course. And again, I'm no perma bull or perma bear. Just react to when the price action changes. I'd like to see it go positive. I won't be surprised if we continue to march to the upside. I won't be surprised if we were to roll back over and go to the downside. I won't be surprised. I'll be prepared one way or the other. As I've mentioned before, or I've been mentioning a lot this week, I recommend for you folks to start going through charts, figuring out what you like on charts, figuring out relative strength. I know a lot of us want to be swing trading, myself included. I'm looking to get back in that arena. I've started a shopping list. There's a good chance that if we open strong next Monday and we hold strong in the first hour or two, it'll put some long-term money to work. The reason why I think I'd put long-term money to work right now is this. Even if we roll over, I'm going to be putting it in stocks that I'm a believer in on a longer term, not 1, 2, 3, 4 days. I'm talking, months types of stuff. I'd moved all that stuff out to cash a few months ago, probably somewhere back in here. I probably went to all cash with everything. Hindsight, obviously, was good. I wish I had done it here or here. Never going to do that there. But I thought, I rode this down. And when we got this bounce, I said, you know what? If we continue to bounce, I can get back in. If we fall, I'm going to be mad at myself. So, but again, how much further could we fall? I know there's a lot of doomsayers out there. I've even made my case that we could see pre-pandemic highs. We could see 300. And I don't think that those things are impossible still. But you can't go down forever, right? So anyways, for those that are looking for some swing trade ideas, there's stocks that look good still. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I completely lost track of the chat. So Peter, I might watch the game on TV. Oh, okay, Peter. Well, I'm gonna make a sign on Sunday once my daughter knows we're going. So look for us and see if you'll find us. You never know if they'll show us on TV or not, but that'd be fun if they did. Yeah, Utes are up pretty good right now. The XLU is, I don't know, where the heck is the XLU on my list? I could just type it in, I guess. And I got the XLU is up. Yeah, you're spot on there, Peter. 2.33. It just came down a touch since you actually posted that. 2.38, I'm sorry. So it just came down a touch since you posted that. Yeah, I saw the same thing, Michael Anthony, that it might go one more 75 and then they might move to 50 or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but you know, we'll see what happens. But you know, I keep saying I don't want to stay on the sidelines forever. So, you know, start to prepare myself. Does that mean I'm going to jump in anything next week? It doesn't mean I will for sure. But if we start to look like we might put a nice rally in, you know, I might look at some things that I like. Now, with that said, if nobody's got any questions, of course, if anybody has questions, please put those in the box. You know, that's what I'm here for, is to help answer questions. But if there are no questions, let's start going through my not my like list, my evening scan. Let's start there. Let's go through some charts, right? Let's do some chart exercise together. Why not? We'll start here on VRE. I'm guessing a buyout. Either way, no. MGNX. I saw this on the races today. Wow, great move. Wish I'd traded that one now. Not too shabby, huh? All right, well. Pacific Bio. Now, this is one that has my interest, but it's a bio, unfortunately. So this one I would not be putting long-term capital to. But I mean, you know, since that base got this new base that's here, right? And starting to curl up, and this line is going to take a step up in the not too distant future here. So this doesn't look bad, actually. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I guess it's going to take 10 more days staying up at this level, unless it somehow rolls back down to $5. But we'll see. It's a good looking chart, though, to me. It's just that it's a biotech, unfortunately. But, you know, someone say, well, why does it look good to you? Well, we've got this rounded base off this bottom right here, right? We're breaking through some pretty significant resistance, and that's a quick steep climb that could happen. Is it going to? I have no idea. Not a clue. But I've been talking about the stock for over 2 weeks now. And it's been on the scans a lot, on the races a lot, and it's breaking out. And it's been on this scan a few times now too. So gotta note these things, cannot ignore them. So, all right, there's that. So Pacific Bio, shorter term look on a swing trade. Gonna look at that for sure over the weekend again and going into Monday. Nope. This thing we've talked about a ton. We already said it looked like it had that look like it was going to leave the station. We said it looked like it might do it here. We said it looks really good here. And it has done just what we thought it might. I'm using the Royal We, of course. Because there's other people that have mentioned the stock. So it's not like I just saw this on my own. But good look. Move's been made already. Let's see. Freeport McMoran. No, not crazy about that. Although, you know, you could argue that this is one of those stocks that might be something you want to watch if we do get a big bounce in the overall market. This descending triangle that's happening here. It's very beat up. This would be kind of a bottom fishing move, but I mean, a pretty significant line to hold right here. If it can hold through that, you know, it took a little bit to get through it, came through it, retested it, and then, you know, it was off into a range and then off, and now it's retesting this line again. So for those of you that are looking for something that's more of a quote unquote quality bottom fishing play, this might be something you want to take a look at. I don't think I will be, but I'll look at this list again over the weekend and we'll see how I feel about it tomorrow and Sunday when I do it again. No. This is interesting. So there's the bottom. Building on that, we can take this level out. I like that. Throw that on my list. It's the chart actually looks good to me. Again, we've got this happening here, and then we've got this. But the problem is it's another biotech, and it's small. Well, it's not even a small float actually. I mean, 67 million in the float. That's not small by any stretch of any imagination. But just a biotech, and it's just hard to risk money on something like that. No, I want to say yes because I like the chart, but I'm going to say no because of sector it's in. That's a nice looking chart right there. So major point right here. Oops, that was not a great line. That's a little better. That's a pretty significant line though. That can get and hold here a day or two, and energy continue to look as strong as it is. Oh, look at that. It's already on my liked list. Ain't that something? I put it there. When did I put it on there? 2 days ago. Let's see. What does it say? The 19th. 2 days ago. So there we go. I put it on here that day and had a nice run already. Oh, Chris. Time to get back in swing trading. Cleveland Cliff. Too much bottom fishing on this one for me. I mean, I don't know. Where do you risk to? Do you risk at this 16 your risk level? Above 16 you look good, below 16 you look bad. I guess. I'm gonna skip it though for now. X is probably gonna look exactly the same. Almost exactly the same. I knew it. Same thing. Where do you $20. If you hold above 21, $20 you're wrong, above 21 you're right. I think I like this one better. I'm gonna throw X on there. On this scan, no. On the option scanner, I do more than 40. I've kind of changed my levels on my what I'll look for, to be honest. I guess I could update this again and put this up a little bit more. It was just, that was kind of my comfort zone, Ron, to be honest. Yeah, I have in case you don't have them, I'll share them both with you here. So here's the My Evening Scan. And yes, you're correct. And this one only goes to 40. Give me a second. Let me get the link for that for you. So that's that one. Then I have this option one here. TRO, strong options. 20 days, copy. Okay, so this is a second one here, and I'll load it now. This one goes to 100 actually, and I'm sorting on options volume, and this one has the position in 20-day range like this one does, the same 75% above, but there's no position daily range on this like there is on this one. So, but this one also goes to 100. So you'll see a lot of repeats on them. To my list, well, I mean, you've got these scans here. Or you want my liked list? Here's the thing why I didn't do that, why I never did that, because it means I constantly have to update it. And sometimes I'm lazy and I don't feel like updating it every day. Sometimes I don't update it for weeks. And I don't want someone to go into my liked list and be like, oh, well, look at this one that's like in this big downtrend. He must be looking for a bottom fishing entry on it. And it's just because I was lazy and didn't change anything on it. That's my issue with my liked list. So, I mean, you're welcome to add whatever I'm doing now on this. Obviously, you can, create a list off of what we're going over now. But the my liked list, if I share it publicly, it makes work for me that I don't want to do, to be honest. I would say I'm being lazy, only I'm not being lazy. I just I can only allocate about 12 hours to work every day. 12 hours is my limit per day. I really work way more than 12 hours a day. Like my liked list, I didn't update that since June. I only recently cleaned out the stuff and I didn't like. So here, I'll put up a list that's my liked, and you guys are welcome to add any of those charts to one of your watch lists. Give me a second. Tools, no, new top list, symbols list, my liked personal. So you folks are welcome to add any and all of these stocks to any list that you like here. So you can see them all over here for you. And that's what I got on there so far. But like I just cleaned this out the other day. I had stocks on here that I hadn't looked at since June. So that's how long it's been since I've even done this. How do I connect IB to trade ideas? Yeah, that's exactly it, Peter. And like, even though, you know, we always tell people we can't tell you what to buy, sell, or hold or anything like that, you'd be surprised how many people get real mad at us real fast because they think we did and they lost money. So, anyways, Alex, so you have to configure Trader Workstation. Have you set up Trader? Have you watched the video on how to set up Trader Workstation yet? If you have not watched the video on setting up the API settings in Trader Workstation, please do that first. And I'm going to pass you that video, of course. As soon as I find it. Where are you? Home on range. There you go. All right. So I would recommend watching this whole video because it's going to go into all the functions of Brokerage Plus. Give me 1 second. I'll bring over Brokerage Plus here. But you have to configure Trader Workstation. I can't bring Trader Workstation over because it'll show my account number and everything like that, and that would be a bad idea. But the API settings for Trader Workstation are gone over at the very beginning of that video. Once you've got that all set up like that, then you will come here to brokers and you'll connect to interactive brokers here. And that's really it. And you'll connect your account here. So if I go, you know, trade ideas, I'm going to connect to the simulated trading, but the same thing, it'll be the same thing here. It'll look like this, and you'll see the green line go together like that. And then you click here and you'll see your account number show up here. Again, I don't want my account stuff showing up on this here. You know, simulated trading is whatever, obviously, because there's no account number to be hacked, but you know, I can't show my IB account. And you'll see your account number here. And it's as simple as that. You click set your account number there. Then if you have any strategies you're looking to attach to it, you know, whether you're trading off the chart or something like that, inside here, you'd right click and edit trading strategy. And again, you got to put your account here, and your account will appear here once you're connected to it there. You know what I can do? If you can take a screenshot, I'll bring something over. I think I can bring the API settings over too, so you can take a screenshot. But I really recommend watching that video because there's a lot of ins and outs with Brokerage Plus and what buttons do and things of that nature. And let me see. I'm going to get you a couple more things. I think I can bring over API settings actually without showing my account. Yes, I can take a screenshot of it. Okay, sorry, my clip tool is being a pain in my neck. All right, now we go. All right, so this should show you. All right, so here is Here's what it will look like. Your API settings in Trader Workstation. Live trading is going to be port 7496. Paper will be 7497. You must have this ActiveX checked. Really, really important, or your computer will refuse the connection. So yeah, if you want to grab a screenshot of this, everything with a check mark in it, that's what you got to do. Then make sure you also come into the precautions and just make sure you have the precautions checked that you want, trades to go through. But that one's very straightforward. This one is a little more to it. This is all covered in the video as well, but if you're going to give you a screenshot as well of it, if you want to take a screenshot. And then what else? This. The user's guide goes over Brokerage Plus as well. Copy link address. So there's more here for you. Nothing overly complicated. It's just making sure you get the settings right. That's all there is to it. And brokerage connections. This one here. So here's two other links for you as well from the user's guide that goes over all this as well. And like I said, it's nothing overly complicated. It's just that you got to make sure the right checks are in the right boxes. Otherwise, Trader Workstation won't talk to Trade Ideas and vice versa. Excellent, excellent. You got it, my friend. So, all right, we just got 3 minutes till the market shuts down for the weekend and we close the casino. And yeah, hard to believe. Another week in the books. All right, so we've been through these charts up here. You see MTA? Not too bad. What are you though? Metals royalty streams. Interesting. All right. Is this a new issue? No. Too much of a downtrend. Need a better base for me to be interested in that. All right, we'll continue to move through a few of these charts here. CCRN, that's a beautiful chart, and just made a new all-time high again. So look at this. This is making a new all-time high in this bear market. This thing has been unbelievably bucking the trend, as they say. Let's take a look here. I'm going to compare count. Look at this not a compare count, a compare chart. Look at this compared to the SPY. A rocket ship compared to the SPY. So this is why, scanning like this a couple times a week can really pay off, because this thing has probably been coming through this scan a multitude of times over the last few weeks. In fact, I'm sure it has, because I know I posted it on Twitter a bunch of times. Making new all-time highs. Also, if nothing else, not only is it making new all-time highs, but look at the short float. That's a pretty good size short float, about 12% short to float. And the short growth is now negative, meaning those shorts are nervous. The last round of shorts that were at these numbers were nervous and starting to cover. And anybody short this stock, unless they shorted it right in here, everybody is below water on their shorts right now. So anybody that shorted anywhere back here is underwater right now. And anybody that's shorted anywhere back here is in big trouble right now. Big trouble. So this is something to put on the list, no question. Big monster day for that today. NOV, did we look at this? Yes. MP, nope, like you. X, we talked about you. AG, First Majestic Silver. No, just no. Precious metals are no. For now, still. Too much of this. One of these times is going to break it. I'll probably do it without me. I'm okay with that though. Can't look at them all, right? You can't get all the good charts. This looks pretty darn good here too. Look at this. Not far off. There's its all-time high. Here we are here. Beautiful reversal off the summer bottom. Look at these nice steps moving up, right? Up above this level. You're looking at 40, which is an all-time high, essentially. 40.16 is your all-time high. Phenomenal. All righty. Throw that on the list. Let's keep it moving. More silver mining. Well, now it's gold and silver, not just silver. This chart doesn't look terrible, actually. Is this going to be a double bottom in hindsight? Got to get through this. Got to get through that level right there. I mean, you get through that, and then you got $5 here. That's why I don't like some of these low price stocks sometimes, because you've got enough stuff to deal with. Huge float, 550 million in the float. I mean, it's a big float. And again, people with questions, let me know. And Alex, as you go through any of that material that I just shared, if you have questions, let me know. When it comes to things where it'll drop my account on screen, that becomes tricky for me. But I do the best I can to answer them, of course. Chewy. Lifetime high of 120 on the dot, huh? No. Gonna be a no for me, dog. Nope. It's a good looking chart. Coal mining. Breaking that descending triangle right there. It's a good looking chart. I'll throw that on the list. I like that. Today was a runaway day, but we'll see what happens in the coming days. Is this clothes, the kids' clothes or something, right? Women's clothes. It was something like that. Nah, I'm good. Halliburton. We talked about this one the other day, and they said it looked like it had that. It said it has that look like it wants to go. And it did. Go, pause, go. I'm going to skip that. Toast keeps jumping up on the scanner last couple of days. A lot of volume in this. I mean, a lot of liquidity. 7.4 million shares traded today. But no. It's tough, stocks like this. It's been in this big downtrend. Now it's got this huge base, right? But I don't know. I guess if it holds 20, can that happen, I guess? I don't know. I hate when, hate when something looks like this and then I say, no, it had that downtrend, and then I see it do this afterwards. Like, man, part of me liked the chart. Why didn't I listen to that part of me? No, I'm not going to do it. Someone else might look at that chart and like it. Is this the trading room? Kind of, watch dealer. It's so at 3:30, Barry wraps up for the day, and I take over the YouTube side of the traders room. There's two sides. One is like a lot more traders and sharing thoughts and ideas throughout the day. I saw XYZ from this scan, or watching XYZ to this revision or this moving average or whatever, anything like that. At 3:30, I do a Q&A. This is really meant to be a Q&A, but if nobody asks me questions, I'm just going to go over a bunch of charts from some scans and talk about charts essentially. So this is part of, this is free and open to anybody. The trading room is free and open to anybody. I mean, when you subscribe, you're paying for access to the data essentially. You can create your own scans, or I can give you my scans, or, you can take my scans and turn them into your own scans by editing them. We have tons of pre-made scans, for all kinds of trading. whether you're swing trading or day trading. We scan all the U.S. market, OTCs, pinks. I don't personally scan any of that stuff, but we have access to all that stuff. There's 500 different data points to scan on. If you're into Canadian stocks, we got those exchanges as well. So here's all the exchanges that we have. You got your pinks, OTC, QB, OTC, QX, BAT, Small Exchange, Toronto, TSX Venture, and the NC. So, and then if in here, these are all these filters that you could scan on. You're a futures trader? Yeah, we don't have futures. I'm sorry. An experienced trader, but not very computer savvy. I think you don't have to be overly computer savvy for trade ideas. As far as there's no futures data, unfortunately. So we're hand tied there on you. But I mean, the basics of all the. Okay, you trade stocks too. All right, so I mean, you don't have to know how to code. For example, like if we right click and I come to the configure of a scan, I can add any one of these filters. Like, for example, I can add this volatility filter, add filter. I just give it a minimum and maximum value. I don't have to program it or anything like that. The heavy lifting of programming is done on our side. So that's how that goes. There's also a small exchange too, which is, I guess, kind of like it's another way to trade futures, but smaller lots. Or you know what I mean, instead of the ES or the NQ. I don't know if anybody actually trades the YM or not. Excuse my yawning. So, but and essentially scans work in a couple different ways. We have these top lists, which are just filters. With you add a minimum and or maximum value. Then we also have our alert windows, which is filters and then an alert or an event like a new high or a new low, things of that nature. And it gives you a time-stamped alert to the second, hey, the stock did this thing at this time, where the top lists refresh every 30 seconds, all those stocks that meet them. And then we have these that we call races. I wish we had a better name for them, but is what we have for a name for them. They're like the top lists, only they show what's moving on a delta sort. So for example, this, I've called it relative strength from the open. So I'm scanning for stocks with certain parameters, and then once the stocks meet that, it gets ordered by a server sort. And then I take them from that server sort and I say, all right, let's delta sort them, meaning, or delta, give them all delta value, meaning they're all even now. And how are they moving relative to the open? Okay, you trade the YM. I was just wondering because, like, I watch the futures nightly, and the YM is always the least traded of all of them. Well, that's not true. That's not true. The least traded is, what's the IWM called? I can't think of the ticker for the IWM. I don't even have one for it. Anywho. Okay, trade them all. All right, yeah. I mean, so we have some options filters. They're based on volume. So like this scan here, what I did is I programmed it to say, show me stocks between $10 and $100 with a relative volume of 1 that traded at least 1.25 million shares on the day, and they're 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So I see them breaking out on their 20-day range, and then I sort them based on options volume percent today. So you take 10 days worth of options and get an average of that and break it down into a percent. So 100 would be normal, 200 2 times, 300 3 times. And so that's how it sorts it. Once it's found those stocks, it sorts them by which has the heaviest options volume on it. And then, from there, you got to go look at the options chains inside the broker, but this will at least point you to what's heavy on the options. Now, obviously things, not that you don't know this, I'm sure, but things generally speaking that are near their earnings are going to be heaviest on options, but something that's not near earnings and heavy on options, for example, like this, this has been on the scan for days, but, doing 8 times what it normally does for options over the last 10 days. And well, here it had a pretty solid 11% day, so on and so forth. How are we different than FinViz? I've never used FinViz, but what I do know is that nobody has live data like this. Everybody has to constantly refresh their data. Ours just updates live. Our, alert windows are time stamped to the second. This is live, how things are moving right this second. Now we're in the post market, so it's not going to be a great illustrator of it. But, this won 5 races, but it was on the races all day. I mean, so I was watching this thing all day long on this move here. Once it broke back about 5, I think is where it would have caught back up to be in the scanner. AMPX, watching this all day long, beautiful move. LITM, same thing. How many people have data? How many people are catching things that early with live data? I don't think anybody is, to be honest. Like, I can show you in a replay mode of this as well. Let me duplicate it into a free floating window. It's like we can replay this even from today. We can see how this all went on the day here, and I'll replay an entire day in 6.5 minutes, but this is what was happening during the day here with this scan, and it's going to, show you exactly how things worked out. So then you're living most people's dreams by doing this full time. So, if you're interested, we have a trial going on. Today's the last day you can sign up for it. It's $11.11. It'll give you full access to the software until midnight on Monday, the 31st. It started this Monday, but we have to keep it a fixed time period because of the exchanges, the way they regulate us in live data. The exchanges treat us like a redheaded stepchild. I don't know why the exchanges hate us so much. But if you want to, for $11.11, you don't have to be overly computer savvy. We've got some really easy getting started videos for you to take a look at with this. And then, you can, Monday morning, Barry will have this stream open at 9 o'clock Eastern, give or take. I mean, he might be here a bit before that. I think he opens it earlier than that, but he doesn't get on the mic till about 9. He can help answer some questions for you. Then at noon Eastern, on Mondays, I do exactly what I'm doing here on this stream. And then every day at 3:30, I do this as well. So you can come here and you can say, listen, I'm looking to have help build scanner XYZ, or, how does this window work? Or, whatever questions that you have as far as software goes, I'm, more than happy to assist with those. And then, we've got an email that you could send an email. We've got a live chat that goes from 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern to 4:30 in the afternoon Eastern, where you can come in and pick our brains on some scans. And like I said, we've got a ton of pre-built stuff already as well. We call it channels. So if you go, so this is a menu bar for us. If I go new and go to a dock channel bar, we've got all these different quote unquote channels in them. They're layouts, conglomerate of scans and charts. You can customize the stuff here. You just have to save it to your own cloud or your own local drive because we hold these on our servers. But so you can't edit it in the channel bar, but you can edit it and then save it on your own, onto your own thing. So, we've got all kinds of stuff. If you want to look at the pre-market, you want to look at after hours, you're looking for momentum, you want to look at ETFs, you want to look at, weed stocks, you want to look at, stuff with higher short floats, all that kind of stuff like that. So it's all there. The trial will get you access from, within a few seconds after you sign up till the 31st of the month. So you'll have 6 trading days with it. Plus you'll have this weekend to tinker around, look at the videos and stuff like that. You can email us. Now, out of the, let's say 1,000 people signed up on this round of this, of what we call our test drive. For some reason, about 100 people had our welcome emails end up in their spam junk promotions box. So you should get a series of emails from us that are going to, give you things to get started. In the event that you're not seeing it, or for some reason your login information doesn't come to you correctly, support@trade-ideas.com. You can email us here at support@trade-ideas.com. And one of us will get to you right away. Myself or Stephanie or Barry or Jamie, Steve, someone, Andy, someone will get to you right away. That's a bunch of the people that I work with here and support here. No, I'm not familiar with them. No, not familiar with those folks. Sorry. Close that out and close this down. Move this back over. There we go. Back in its place. Yeah, I mean, I think we've got, so I'm a completely self-taught trader. I think we've got a pretty good community here. This is where I learned to trade more than less. Barry, who runs, not that you need lessons, but, I always tell people, Barry that runs the room for most of the balance of the day, always tells people, I don't trade or I don't teach trading, but just by hanging out with him and listening for, a long time, writing things down and studying, I was able to, eventually go from getting my butt kicked to break even to make a few dollars. There's some, I think there's some pretty good traders in there, and that, generally speaking, very helpful. They were very helpful to me anyways, And then, so, like I said, there's this side of the stream, and then there's like a more of a full inclusive room. You can register for that if you want. And mostly it's the same thing, but only for a couple of hours each day, it gets kind of broken up, where Barry, gives up the YouTube side, but takes us here. That's the trader's room to create an account for that as well. An OCO, I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry, my brain is starting to fade on me, Mitch. What do you mean by OCO? No, I just trade stocks. I'm a basic trader. Yeah, it's been a wicked tough year. Oh, order cancels order. Kind of. They have to go out as a bracket together, essentially. They have to be, that's what I thought you meant, but I wasn't sure, Mitch. Sorry. They have to go out as a bracket together. So, for example, or like if I put an order, if I have an order, and then I were to hit flatten, it'll cancel the other order when the position's killed. But if you're manually trading, most of the stuff will cancel each other. Yes, as long as, yes, those will cancel each other out like that. Yes, Mitch. The only thing that can screw that up is if you had if you had an automated strategy and it sends out orders to close the trade after you get filled, if you close the trade manually, those orders will still sit there waiting to get filled if you don't cancel them. Yeah, the trial will be for everything. It gives you everything we have with the exception of no live automated trading. But that's it. And, to get to live automated trading takes a while anyways, because, you're going to want to create an alert window and you're going to back test it and optimize it and all that stuff like that. So it's not something that you just like, hey, I plugged into Trade Ideas and it's time to start automated trading. That takes a long time. So yeah, you'll have access to the full software. And like I said, you should get a series of welcome emails and videos and things like that. In the event you don't see those come in for some reason, shoot us an email to that support@trade-ideas.com. But yeah, Mitch, so here, check this out. If I go with it, I created a strategy on the chart for an example. All right. And if I go in here and let's see if I can get a fill, put the order in. There's the order. You can see my stop is here and where my stop will be if I get filled. There we go. So I got filled and now my stop went live and my target went live. And if I pull my target down now, see if I can't get that target hit. It's after hours, so I don't know if this is going to work or not. Come on. Well, if it ever decides to fill, because like I said, it's after hours, and after hours doesn't work quite the same with the simulator because of after hours. No, it's an early adopter thing for people that, started with the test drive on Monday and they decided, after 5 days, let me lock in now. We'll have at the end of the test drive, there'll be another sale. If you decide, hey, I do like Trade Ideas, next week after you've been using it for a day or, till the end of the trial, we'll have another sale as well of 25% off. So you could, you can hit us up like that with that when that comes. But at least you can take a few days to figure out, is Trade Ideas for me or not? If Trade Ideas ends up not being for you, when the test drive ends, it ends. That's it. You're not locked into anything or anything, you go your way and that's that. We hope you'll like it, of course. Well, I couldn't get that to trigger. Oh, now it won't let me move it. Okay, there it goes. See if I can get the stop to trigger. I'm trying to illustrate it closing out the order. Or canceling the other order. Come on. All right, well, it's being lame on me. It will, though. Mitch, they will cancel. Like I said, the only thing that will screw it up is if you close the trade on your own while those orders are sitting there, because then those orders are conditional of each other, not what you do, manually. We do, but it's not, it takes time. You're going to want to create an alert window and then you're going to back test it and optimize it. And then, then I would say you want to deploy it into the simulated trading for a little while to see how it does. Cause our back testing is on 1 minute open, high, low, close candles, not tick by tick data. We're like every other retail software in that regard. So we don't have tick by tick data. Man, why won't you just close this for me so I can demonstrate that? Trigger. All right. Well, I can't get it to trigger. I'm sorry. But it would, if I could get this to close, it would. It would cancel this one or vice versa. Sign up for the trial. You should be able to, here, I'll share a link again. That link will get you for signing up. You should be able to sign up through that link right there. Oh, excellent, Mitch. Glad to hear that. Thank you. Thank you. Always nice to hear positive feedback like that. So, very cool. Very cool. All right. We start to near the 4:30 hour, and I have to start to get ready to get out of here for softball practice tonight with the kids. So anybody with questions over the weekend, first let me give you this email and I'll start to walk us out. So again, SUPPORT trade-ideas.com. See this email here, I pop in and out over the weekends into the email to, answer what I can. Walk out with some of my usual stuff here. Got a nice rally going this week. We'll see what happens for next week if we build on it or don't build on it, right? Just know that, look, we saw a great rally here in the summer that resulted in this, but that doesn't mean we can't participate in this somewhat, right? Just we'll be cautious, if we can get that, right? It would be nice. It would be nice to get a nice bounce. Cookies are on the table. Make sure you take a bite, right? You're up in the money and you're not sure, sell half a lot, sell a third, sell 2/3, whatever it is, no one ever got hurt from taking profits. And I know the old saying, let your winners run and cut your losers short and all that stuff like that. But it's hard to let winners run in a bear market, and obviously if we get a nice bull run, adjust accordingly and all those kinds of things. But, we just, those charts that we went through, there's some good looking charts that are out there. I shared both those scans with you folks. And I'd encourage you to start going through those and looking at some of those charts and start to look at those things that look like they're really breaking out. All right. Yeah, my pleasure, Mitch. You as well. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. All the other usual stuff I hadn't said in a couple of weeks here, but, make sure, what we do is hard. Get outside, get a walk in, get some sunshine, do some journaling. Do some journaling about your trading, do some journaling about your life. You'd be surprised what a positive impact it will have on you, especially after a few months. Then make sure you take some time for your brain, take some time for yourself, get away from the crowds, get away from everybody, get away from your dog, your sister, your cousin, your mother, your brother, your husband, your wife, your uncles, nephews, fathers, dog walker, whoever you got to get away from, just take, even 10, 15 minutes off on your own. No, no screens, no music, no TV, just you and your thoughts, sort them out for a few minutes. I cannot stress how important that stuff is. Monday, Barry will be back here around 9 o'clock in the morning on the Eastern side of things. I will be here at noon to take over for an hour, then Barry back after that, and then me at 3:30 again. So that is how things will go. Again, any questions, throw them to us at that support@trade-ideas.com over the weekend. And as always, I thank you all very, very kindly for all the questions, the comments, and your interactions for the whole week. Big believer in community. And, we can't do this without you folks. As I always say, it's everybody's got an agenda, myself included. And my agenda is to get everybody to subscribe to Trade Ideas. However, you folks subscribing to Trade Ideas and then not making money, not being successful with the software doesn't do us any good, right? So that's, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. So again, thank you all very much. Greatly appreciate it. And I hope you all have a wonderful, go with the beta, do the beta, for sure. Do the beta. Beta 110%. So, all right, folks. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. And I will see you back here Monday. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.